We will now begin the City of Boynton Beach City Commissioners meeting today, Tuesday, April 16, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. Would everyone please rise for an invocation led by Pastor Chuck Brannon? Thank you. Followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everybody, if you'll join me. Dear Father God, we thank you so much for loving us. We thank you that we have a purpose and a powerful life every single day. And we pray for your wisdom and guidance tonight in this meeting. May everything in it and all the plans and the ideas and the growth and development and decisions that need to be made be guided by good sense and by your power and your love and your grace and spirit of wisdom. And Lord, we thank you for Boynton. We're glad to be here, to live in this city. We pray for all of our people, the men, the women, the boys and the girls, moms and the dads and grandpas and grandmas. Pray for all the students. We thank you for our leadership, our mayor, our commissioners. Lord, we thank you every day for our police department and fire department, the first responding work they do every day. Thank you for the men and women who work here so hard every day. Bless the families. Bless these relationships. May love abound in this city. May there be love in the home and love in the churches. Love in the business world even. And we pray tonight that all things go well, and we ask these things in the mighty name of Christ. Amen and amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Stephen Grant.
Here.
Here. Commissioner Christina Ramos.
Present.
And Commissioner Ty Van Sergen.
Here.
All present.
All right, thank you. I'd like to remind the audience and the commission to please silence your phones. And we do hear your comments in the back of the room. So please, if you'd like to have a conversation, step outside and make sure the door is closed. Moving on to agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
Mayor, I have a question for the city clerk.
Yes.
I do not see my item on the agenda. Do I need to add it, Judy?
Yes, please.
Moshe, I would like to request that my community funds distribution be added to the agenda under, I guess it would be
New business
D, please.
Yep. And is the person here that would like to speak before public hearing to have that?
Yes, are the members, yes, they are here. So
Okay,
yes, if
so-
we could have that moved up before.
So let's move that up to, what's it, 11D before consent agenda. In addition, I'd like to move up item 8D to the beginning of the public hearing. After reviewing the statute regarding mobility fees, Florida Statute 163.3180, I believe that's where we started, is when we can have all future impact fees be part of our mobility fee. And in addition, I'd like to add a new proclamations for Telecommunicators Week. And for future agenda, I'd like to add a comprehensive plan review of Seacrest Boulevard regarding live work space on Seacrest for the single family residentials there. And a discussion regarding expense accounts, because when I spoke with our Assistant City Manager Tim Howard regarding itemizing my expenses, he stated he would prefer not to, and I asked when was the last time we received an increase in expense account, and he has not gotten back to me with that answer, so I don't believe it's ever been increased. 2010, so we're going on 9 years. So I'm doing a lot of driving, and so I just would like to either get compensated for the miles or an increase in the expense account.
Add that under future?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, and one more thing for future that I'd like to have, I guess, a future discussion on is notifications for our planning and development and city commissioner meetings. I know that we are posting them up on social media. However, we are not giving like the top 3 items that are being discussed. And I'd like to, for the public to know that, hey, we're talking about Town Square, the mall, and the mobility fee for this meeting.
Is that a future agenda item, Mayor?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
And that'll be part of the top 3. And may I have a motion to approve as amended?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will begin with informational items by members of the City Commission. Vice Mayor Katz, would you like to begin?
I spoke to Bradley Miller from Miller Land Planning over the phone on Friday, I believe. Friday or Monday. That is all.
Commissioner McCray?
Thank you. I spoke with Bradley Miller on yesterday and also Bonnie Miskell disclosure. Mayor, I was looking to see if the chief of our great police department was going to be here. I don't see him here, but is he here? I know he's supposed to be. He's running late. I'd like to, yep. What I'd like to do is once he arrives, I need to make comments to the chief here for this city in regards to Representative District 2. I'll hold my comments until then.
I mean, is that like a new business item? Or
No, sir, that is under, that's under disclosure.
You'd like to withhold
Yeah.
your informational
I need-
items
I
until
need-
he arrives?
I just did the 2 disclosure, but I would like to complete them once he finished. I need to give him some kudos from the citizens of Boynton. I told him I would do it, so I will do it once he arrives.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
I, too, met with Bonnie Miskell and John Markey from JKM regarding Town Square for about 10 minutes last week.
All right. Commissioner Romulus?
Yes, I did meet also with Bonnie Miskell and JKM Developers, and I also met with Bradley Miller in regards to the projects that he's working on. That is all I have in terms of disclosures. Thank you.
I met with Bradley Miller to discuss Harbor K, Bonnie Miskell, and John Markey to discuss Town Square.
And I've met with, and on April 4th, I attended our annual Citizens Observer Patrol luncheon. And that was very well attended, and I want to thank all of our cops, COPS, for their dedication and volunteerism to the city of Boynton Beach. I attended a realtor event for Eden Ridge on April 5th. I attended the 106th birthday of Leah Deach. On April 6th, I had a very busy Saturday. I went to Congress Middle School for their community beautification of their courtyard. I attended the youth symposium for Sigma Gamma Rho over at Carolyn Sims Center. I attended our Earth Day event. And I'd like to give kudos to Rebecca Harvey. That was an amazing event with over 15 vendors and we gave away over, I think, 100 free trees through community greening. I attended our firefighters fishing tournament and was the judge for the chili cook-off. And in the afternoon, I went to the golf course and helped give out raffle prizes for Play for Pinks, our annual golf tournament. On April 7th, I attended the walkathon through BAPS Charity. I attended the World War II lunch over at the American Legion and went to Kerouac in our Boynton Beach Art District. On April 11th, I attended the Tourist Development Council's meeting, had lunch with Troy McClellan of the Boca Chamber, and was at Benvenuto for our Children's Schoolhouse Museum fundraiser, Too Cool for School. On April 12th, I attended the Brain Bowl and got to hear from the keynote speaker, Mary Lou Henner. And from what I can remember, I'm not as good of a memory as she had, but she said to dress every day. And that meant stand for diet, relationships, exercise, stress, and sleeping, which to help maintain a healthy lifestyle. And for one more time, it's DRESS stands for diet, relationships, exercise, stress, and sleep. I attended our CRA's Rock the Plaza over at Ocean Plaza. I think we shouldn't really have too many more events between the 12 to 4 hour. It wasn't that well attended compared to others later on in the afternoon. I was able to help participate and assist the Gold Coast Band for their last concert of the year, and basically I want to make sure that we are doing what we can to help the Gold Coast Band. And I'd really, like I mentioned to Colin, next year to plan an event with the water tower, using that, because that's a great light show when it's working. So see if we can't do something with that. On the Monday yesterday, I attended the ribbon cutting for our new Immersion Recovery Center and spoke to the Leisureville COP program. And this morning, I went to the county commissioners meeting, saw that they are changing their impact fees, and learned a lot about why we are not receiving any sort of market rate housing when you have to spend at least $8,000 per 1,000 square feet. That's something we may have to look into if we're building hundreds of thousands of square feet of residential and commercial. How much are we spending in impact fees rather than our own mobility fee? And this afternoon I was over also again in Leisureville, spent a lot of time there the past 2 weeks for the quarterly awards with the police department. I met with Bradley Miller over at Deep Ocean Reef and had phone conversations with John Markey and Bonnie Miskell. I'm going to let Commissioner McCray. I believe
Thank you.
The chief is here now.
Thank you. Just before the chief come up, also I did attend at the First United Methodist Church. I went to church Sunday and I attended a cantata. Chief.
Mike Gregory, Police Chief.
Thank you. Okay, the reason I called you up here tonight was that I believe in giving people their flowers while they could smell them and see them. Okay, the citizens of District 2 told me to make sure, sir, that I convey a heartfelt thank you to you and your staff, the men and women in blue, for MLK Boulevard. They said it has been a long time since they can ride MLK Boulevard like citizens and feel comfortable. I want to say to you, sir, make sure you convey it to your staff, men and women in blue, first responders, that District 2 said thank you. While I have you up here, I also like to say thank you for sending me those little text messages when something go on in District 2. The other night when the young man got shot across Cherry Hill, you sent me a text message, and so did you, Lori, and thank you. It was beneficial, because right after that, I got a phone call about 3 minutes after that saying that you all refused to call the emergency vehicles over to the scene. I had already walked out my house and looked down the street, and I know it was telling a lie. And I want to say that when the young lady called me, I said, well, it seemed pretty strange. I just looked down the street, and I was watching when they took him to Delray Medical, wherever they transported him. I want to say, sir, that kept me from, overreacting, the other citizens from overreacting, because I knew what was going on. To you all, it might not be a lot, but just a couple lines, sir, it kept me from letting things escalate into something probably been worse. And what I told the young lady, I said, when you go over there, perhaps you could see your friend and verify that they was there. And I told her to call me back, so I didn't get a call back, so it was verified. So I just want to tell you thank you to the men and women in blue. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
On behalf of all of them, thank you very much for the feedback, and I'll definitely be sharing that with our officers who are working in the corridor on MLK and our homicide squad team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one other, that hand claps for you. I like to say to code compliance, rather we call it community standards, for going over on between Northeast 9th Avenue. I see you looking at me. You could go ahead and stand. It's nothing bad. Northeast 9th Avenue and between MLK Boulevard. I know you all probably cited the CRA because that's our property. And I'm glad you did, because now you went over and cut down everything except bricks. And thank you, because now the citizens are saying we can look from one street to the other. They said thank you. The note that I got the other day for the 3 ones that you all cited, They said that's long overdue too. Keep doing what you all are doing. Thank you. I'm standing behind you. Thank you. No, I'm standing with you. I don't want to be behind you. I'm sorry.
Yes, Commissioner
I
Ronalds.
do want to take a moment of privilege to just bring attention, if you're all not aware, we did lose a historical figure here in Palm Beach County recently, Miss Maud Ford Lee, who recently passed away on Sunday. She was the first black Palm Beach County Commissioner. She also was one responsible for single-member districts here in Palm Beach County, which allowed for the creation of that seat. We lost her this Sunday. She was 82 years old. She, again, was a very just phenomenal woman who did amazing things for just laying out the path for civil rights and so many things that are present and that we can all be beneficiaries of here today. So I do want to just take a moment to just think on her legacy and the impact that she's made here in our county, and to just take a moment of silence to just remember her and to hopefully model our lives after the example that she set in her life. Thank you.
Mayor, before we move on, I'd like to give comments in regards to former County Commissioner and former Mayor County Commissioner Maud Ford Lee. This was before y'all time, and I just want to say that she did represent this district. She was a representative here for the city of Boynton, as well as Delray and up along this coast. So she did represent us, and she represented us quite well. So I, too, will be praying for her family as well. Thank you.
Are there any other informational items before we move on to announcements? Seeing none, our first announcement is to proclaim Wednesday, April 26, 2019 as Arbor Day. Mark Saavedra, Associate Engineer, Engineering Division, Public Works, will be accepting the proclamation. Proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now therefore, I, Stephen Grant, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim April 26, 2019 as Arbor Day in the city of Boynton Beach, and I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to support our city's urban forestry program.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Mark Saavedra, Associate Engineer with Public Works. I'd like to give you a brief update on activities. On February 8th, the city partnered with Cub Scout Pack 241. Oh, thank you. I didn't. Thank you. All right. So basically on February 8th, the city partnered with Cub Scout Pack 241 to celebrate Florida's Arbor Day. The Scouts planted native salt-tolerant trees like sea grape, silver buttonwood, gumbo limbo, and other trees near the newly completed playground at Oceanfront Park. Also, as Mayor Grant previously mentioned, the city partnered with Community Greening to organize a tree giveaway where over 100 native and fruit trees were given to Boynton Beach residents at the event. Events like these and the reading of the proclamation are important steps in the application for Tree City USA recognition. This year marks the 36th consecutive year that the city of Boynton Beach has achieved this designation by the Arbor Day Foundation. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the commissioners for the continued support of initiatives to make Boynton Beach greener. Thank you.
And, yes.
Andrew Mack, Director of Public Works. I just wanted to, if you'd indulge me, I had our new project manager, landscape architect, started this week, and I just wanted to introduce him to the commission. This is Matt Doyle. He's a landscape architect. He just started. This is his actually 5th day or 6th day. He started last Monday, 7 days.
Yep.
So Matt came to us from the private sector, and he's going to be looking after our landscaping. So I just wanted to introduce him to the public and to the commission.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
How many days you going to get paid for? You said 5 days, 6 days, 7 days?
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Apparently, I work 7 days a week, so.
No.
All right. And one of the things is that can we put up some more signs about ours being a tree city?
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
I'd like to
Look for-
very well call attention to things like that and get more involved with it. I've done it in the private sector for a long time, and I've also done a lot of pro bono work, Arbor Day giveaways, tree giveaways through my city in Coconut Creek, things like that. So I'm more than happy to help out in any way I can.
All right. Thank you so much.
You coming to us by the way of where, sir?
I went to UF, yay, go Gators, and then I came down here and went, I know, he's a no. I went to work for EDSA, which is Ed Stone's office. They're the largest resort planning firm in the world, and I got to do resorts all over the world, design them. Some of them I got to actually go to, and then I started my own business in Delray Beach, and then I moved it back to Coconut Creek near my house, and I've been in business as a landscape architect since 1997.
All right.
Before that, I was an engineer. So.
Okay. Oh, very good.
Thank you.
And,
long background.
I think he's our first landscape architect on
Yes.
staff,
Yes.
too, isn't it? We
Yes.
haven't had one in the past, so first landscape architect on staff.
And so, yeah, one of the things that I'd like for the city to look into is the shade tree ordinance that some other cities have so that we can help make sure we're cooler in the summer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
I'm scared the man he's going to leave. Gee.
Is that a tree pun?
Nope.
He's going to leave. Okay.
Our next proclamation is May 2nd, 2019, as National Day of Prayer. Fire Chaplain Pastor Chuck Brandon of the Gateway Community Church will be present to accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas prayer has helped pull people through struggles and fears of every kind, it also serves as a way to express love, gratitude, and concern, whether in private or among family and friends. Whereas throughout our nation's history, leaders have urged citizens of faith to pray for our land and those who defend our freedoms at home and abroad. For many in Boynton Beach, prayer is an important part of their daily lives. Today, we join with people across our country in uniting in a National Day of Prayer. Whereas churches, synagogues, temples, mosques, at home, or other hallowed places all provide sanctuaries in which to commune with God. In these prayers, may we remember loved ones or communities, our troops, people, and families in need, and especially our hardworking friends and neighbors who are struggling during these challenging economic times. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the 2nd day of May, 2019, as National Day of Prayer, and urge all citizens to worship as their conscience dictates.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. National Day of Prayer is very important. It was enacted in 1952, proclamation signed by every president of the United States of America. Governors across the nation, mayors and commissioners have backed up the National Day of Prayer because it's so important. The theme this year is love one another. All across our nation, people will be praying. I can't say how many hundreds of thousands will be praying, but I know they will be praying as they've done in many years past. We'll be meeting at the Boynton Beach Mall, 8 a.m. and 12 noon and around 6 p.m. that evening for people of all faiths to come in and pray. We'll have some guidelines to help us remember the most needy areas of American life. So you're invited to come and be a part of our prayer time on May 2nd, Thursday at the Boynton Mall. Hope you'll be there. And of course, if you cannot, to pray in your home, pray with your church or other a religious organization. Main thing is to remember this. Things happen when we pray that don't happen when we don't pray. And things that shouldn't happen won't happen when we really pray. I believe that 100%. So prayer is so important. And of course, I know today has been a very sad day. We've heard the news about Notre Dame and in Paris. We want to remember all of those people in that city, the leaders, and the work that will go on in the years, many years ahead to restore Notre Dame Cathedral. And remember the families, because you've been seeing on the news people in the streets marching and praying and seeing what's happened and the destruction. So we can remember them today as well in our prayers and ask for God's guidance and all the things that have to happen in the days ahead. What a tremendous job lies ahead. But God makes us able to do what we need to do. Amen?
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is for May 5th through May 11th, 2019, as Municipal Clerks Week. Judith A. Pyle, City Clerk of Boynton Beach, will accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas the office of the Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and the office of the Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of the Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels, municipal clerks have pledged to be even ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community and continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th to the 11th, 2019, as Municipal Clerks Week. Come on. It's your last one.
Yeah, that's true. City Clerk's office is very seldom heard from. Very unusual. But we work with all the departments, and we have a little part in everything that goes on in the city, either now or in the future. So we're kind of the unsung heroes, the silent workers behind that keep the city moving forward. Thank you.
And Judy, before you go, I just want to say thank you. Someone was asking me about their great-great-grandfather, who was one of the first mayors of the city of Boynton Beach. And because of the clerk's records, we were able to find out who that person is and get them more information regarding their ancestry. So thank you.
We're looking into all kinds of history with the, the centennial coming up.
Okay.
Yes, so we're finding all kinds of new and interesting things. So
Wonderful. I look forward to learning all about it.
It's fun. Thank you.
Right, excuse me, Judy, before you go, the parties that you all used to have before you moved over to the, I missed those, thank you. That's it.
We do too.
All right. Our last proclamation for this meeting is for the telecommunicators. I forgot your name, but would you please come up? And so, City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Boynton Beach Emergency Communications Center. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the City of Boynton Beach have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas the City of Boynton Beach supports each dispatcher who has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of April 14th through the 20th, 2019, as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week.
Hello, my name is Mario Bryan. I'm the communications manager for the City of Boynton Beach Police Department and Fire Department. I've been with the city since basically 030303, so my higher days is easy to remember. I've been here for a while, so I started out as a communications officer, then a dispatcher, and then a supervisor, and now then the manager back in 2013. So.
And I want to congratulate you on your teams. You won I think the most awards.
Well,
this quarterly awards, and
I got
really,
a good team.
Yeah, thank you for all the service that you and your team do for the City of Boynton Beach. The proclamation really doesn't entail everything that you have to deal with, all the emotions that people are doing when they, get into a situation where they dial 911. So we appreciate all your calm, level-headedness in those trying times. Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. Sir, I want to say thank you for coming tonight because I'm the one who saw you this morning when I told you that wasn't on the agenda, and it would not be on the agenda, but I forgot we do walk things on, but I did have Chief Joseph sitting in the cut just in case it did get on accepted for you. And I just want to say it is true. You can't believe everything a politician says, sir, so thank you.
That's all right. Thank you very much.
All right. And our last announcement is by South Tech Academy about the upcoming Boynton Beach Short Film Festival, April 30th to May 5th, 2019 at Alco's Boynton Beach Cinema. That is the announcement? All right. I think it's the website is bbsff.net. You can purchase your tickets online. I was able to attend, I believe, the first and second year. It is an amazing event to see all these short films, and it's something that's not to be missed because it's our own film fest. It's the Boynton Beach Film Festival, not South Tech's Film Festival. All right, moving on to public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. Please state your name and address for the record before you begin.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Dr. Stephanie Hayden, DMO. I reside at 2181 West Woolbright Road, condo N102, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33426. I come this evening to highlight some things that I've noticed just sitting here in the room. I do know Commissioner McCray called on the chief and waited until the chief arrived to give him accolades. What's disappointing is that we have a rash of shootings that have led to homicides within our city, not only District 2, but also, I believe, District 4. And unfortunately, I noticed that we do have social media for our city, and some of our commissioners on here, on the diocese, have, they have social media. You also have access to television stations and also news reporters. And no one came out to encourage the city, all 4 districts, that we are going through gun violence. And it's alarming that, yes, you did talk talk about someone that was very prominent in the community that passed away, but every day people pass away within these city limits from gun violence. Yes, a city cannot do much because these are state ordinance, right? But you should also have a voice to comfort, not just sit there and be stoic and stale face. It's good to go to events, but you should also encourage people. I want to leave you with a quote, paraphrase from someone that I admire, Thomas Paine. And this is what he says: "Men who look upon themselves born to reign and others to obey soon grow insolent," right? That they have but little opportunity of knowing its true interests, and when they succeed to the government, are frequently the most ignorant and unfit of any throughout the dominion. And I'll leave that with you to ponder. Thank you.
Mayor, just for a second.
You don't mind if we go through all of public comments?
No,
You know,
I would appreciate 1 second. I can speak personally and through secondhand accounts to me that I know for a fact that commissioners on this dais do speak to family members of individuals whose family become victim to shooting, and these are extremely personal issues, and they're not public issues when a commissioner or a mayor or any elected official calls a family and gives condolences. So in defense of this commission, and I think in praise of this commission, we don't attempt to politicize or use the death of individuals in our community to try to make us the prominent face of that event. So just again, in defense, I can say firsthand as an individual and secondhand hearing from people in the community who have been victim to this, that this commission does reach out to families and give condolences. And I praise them for not trying to politicize it or make themselves the center of attention during those sad and just difficult times. So it's sad to say that.
thank you. Yes. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ansel Reis.
And see, you're on the agenda, so you can just wait until your item comes up.
Thank
This
you.
is in regards to what yes, just wait. Oh. Thank you. You can grab a seat, it'll be a while. Just grab some seat. Grab a seat, it'll be a while.
Hi, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. First of all, I'd like to say, Commissioner McCray, sorry I missed you at church Sunday. I was there too. So,
I did the 8:30.
Pardon?
I did the early service.
Oh, that's why I don't get up that early,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
get up
glad you
early.
enjoyed it. The Stradivarius Orchestra
Yes.
is always really nice. Number two, welcome to Matt Doyle. It's nice to see a fellow Gator here in the city so we can keep a hold on Andrew there. I've been begging for more trees for years now, and I'm glad that we have you here. Number three, I was very saddened to see the fire damage at Notre Dame yesterday. I was just there 3.5 months ago, and it's just very moving to see one of the most important religious buildings in the world be devastated in such a horrible manner. But I'm glad to see so many people are stepping forward, and that $250 million was donated by one person before we even woke up this morning, and we went from $250 million to $750 million in donations in the space of just a couple hours today. So I know I plan on making a donation once they set something up, and I'm not Catholic, but I'm a firm believer that our important churches in the world, temples, synagogues, whichever, deserve our help when they need help. Fourth of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mayor Grant for pushing the various tree ideas I've been championing for years now. So I'm glad somebody listens to me when I talk trees on a regular basis. So I'm done for the evening. Thank you very much.
He likes to be last. Come on.
Yes, Sloan Weigold, 7141 High Ridge Road. I came to City Hall, the old City Hall, and addressed this issue. We're going on 2.5 years ago. Boynton Boat Ramp, the most atrocious boat ramp in Palm Beach County. I got stuck there today, had to call somebody to tow me out of there. The drop-offs, where it says drop-off, is not the drop-off. You cannot get out of that boat ramp. And I addressed it 2.5 years ago. I addressed the pier at the same time, and I addressed the boards on the floating docks. 2 weeks after that, miraculously, they repaired that pier, and they put the boards on the floating docks. But the boat ramps are exactly the same as what they've been for 35 years. You collect an annual fees, $50 per trailer. You're collecting Friday or Saturday, Sunday, and holidays, $10. Nothing is being done to that boat ramp. People get stuck in there all the time. It is the worst boat ramp in Palm Beach County, probably in the state of Florida. And I was told by you that the 1 cent penny tax is going to be put towards that boat ramp. Nothing's been done. They put a kayak ramp down there, spent what, $75,000, $80,000 for a kayak ramp that nobody even uses. Go down there and look at it. It's full of trash, cigarette butts. So I'm just trying to figure out what y'all plan on doing with that boat ramp.
So
For 35 years, collecting fees.
Just to respond,
Okay.
I was told, and I still, to the best of my knowledge, that is in the capital improvement plan. The penny sales tax is a 10-year tax, so there is an annual list of items that are going to be addressed with the penny sales tax. I don't know off the top of my head what year that boat ramp is in, but
Engineering study is funded in this year, so that needs to occur first, so we can get plans to then construct, so it would be the following year. So the engineering.
Okay. Because there was an engineer down there.
Is this Harvey Oyer Park?
Yes. Yes, sir.
There was an engineer down there looking at those boat ramps right after this meeting, because I'm there all the time. And he got there and he said, do you know how much it costs to redo these ramps? And I said, I don't know, what, $500,000, $800,000? He goes, well, $600,000. I said, well, they've been collecting for 35 years on this, a fee. So, you know, $600,000 versus 35 years over thousands and you know, God knows how much money's been collected and nothing. Go down there and look at it low tide. Go down there and look at that thing at low tide. There are big ruts. There are interlocking pavers totally missing. The drop off, where it says drop off, is 3 feet in. So your trailer drops off. I actually got there and went from a tandem axle trailer to a tri-axle trailer, and I still drop off at low tide. Had to have a buddy come pull me out, four-wheel drive, this afternoon to get me out of that ramp. And they're all that way. There's only one ramp that's halfway decent. They're all garbage.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments.
Okay. We'll see what gets done.
Yeah, Commissioner McCrae.
Thank you. Lori, I'd like to just ask you if you can get me the amount of money that's been collected. Thank you. How much we have in that account. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ira Hester, and I live at 2083 Northwest 2nd Street, right off of Gateway. And I'm here to ask the question, how and what can I do to get speed bumps put back there? Because we have people and kids play back there, and we have people that don't live on that street come back there and be doing 90 miles an hour. They just be flying up and down the street. And I have called the police several times, so Sunday the officer told me that I need to come to this meeting and to see how can I get speed bumps.
What did you say the road was again?
Sir?
What was the road again?
It's 2nd Street, and it's right off of Gateway, back of I-95. I have lived back there for 35 years, and all of a sudden they have those guys come back there with those dirt bikes on Sunday and be making all that noise riding up and down the street. You can't even rest, but they need speed bump because it's a curve that goes, it's like First, where Seacrest.
And you're saying it on Northeast 2nd Street or
no,
on Gateway?
Northwest.
Northwest?
Yes, because it's his Gateway
I
that
see.
used to be 22nd and
Yeah.
then 21st, and it comes into 2nd Street. And that curve, they do 90 miles an hour around there on that
I
curve. They
see what
be
you-
going around on two wheels. and I stand there and I see them. And sometimes when I'm standing there with my granddaughter, she rides her bike, and like Sunday, I asked the lady to kind of like slow down a little bit. She stopped, pulled her pants down, and hung her rear end out the window.
So
And
this,
that's ridiculous.
So northwest
Second Street.
Northwest Second Street is the
Yes.
dead end that doesn't go into.
No, it's not a dead end. You can come in from Northwest First, and it comes in from 21st Street, 21st Avenue rather, and you go around and it's a curve and you comes into Northwest Second Street.
I see.
But we need speed bumps back there because those people that don't live there, they don't care. And oops, could be too late if you run over somebody's kid. And I'm just here to see how can we get speed bumps put back there.
Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. I hear your plight. Mr. Andrew Mack is standing up there. He could address, your speed bump issues, probably once, you sit down, probably go outside. And also the chief could address your issues about those dirt bikes. I live on 4th Street. I can't get speed bumps, but they will address it for you. And they be going, I swear, they be going 100 miles an hour. But I'm glad you told me what the lady did. I won't stop anybody. Okay. They'll take you out.
Okay, so Dr. Piotr Blas, 113 Tara Lakes Drive, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33436. Let me first address this terrible issue that Dr. Stephanie raised. So apparently, and it seems to be confirmed, that we have victims of gun violence in our city. It's probably, I still find it very shocking. Let me remind you that during our wonderful campaign and debates, I made a suggestion that large parts of Boynton Beach should be like an airport. There should be no guns except law enforcement. And I'm repeating that suggestion. There may be less radical ways, but let's be radical there. And we can come back to this later with a specific plan. I know that law enforcement and the chief of police and the fire chief were certainly not opposed to that. The second issue is of the boat ramp that was just mentioned. I am sure you guys will take care of it. I mean, this is a great city. But our city is so much dependent on water, intercoastal, the ocean, that it really is a priority. We should not be the worst dog. We should be the best dog in Palm Beach County, and I'm sure it will happen. One of the commissioners asked me today to use my statistical knowledge. I'm actually, as you know, professor of statistics as well. So there is a survey published online, which I had a chance to see. On the face of it, this survey is wonderful, very, very interesting. I don't quite know who did it, but I'm offering my services to sit down with the statisticians and really verify that this is accurate, okay? I'm not making any judgment, I'm just offering to check this time and any time in the future also that things are accurate. And then I have one announcement, which I hope the mayor will listen carefully, he always does when I talk. I had the opportunity to meet a senior executive from Brightline, the fast train, the super train. These are multi-billion-dollar enterprises, and he's in touch with the Branson. And I raised this issue. I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if the fast train got a little less fast and if they stopped in Boynton so that we could actually use it and travel and so on. And much to my amazement, they're quite open to this. They will contact me, and I will certainly contact the commission. But anyway, that could be very good news, and obviously it's going to cost a lot of money, and the money has to come from public-private partnerships. Finally, I will remind you, I am running for U.S. Congress, and I hope my favorite city will support me. God bless you. Thanks.
Is there anyone else for public comments? Seeing none, public comments is now closed. Moving on to administrative, item 5A, appoint eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions. I believe we have one person applying.
Right.
And that would be Commissioner Romulus has the regular appointment.
Mayor, my computer's acting up. What's the name?
Judith Lyman for the Senior Advisory Board.
I nominate Judith Lyman for the Senior Advisory Board.
Second.
With discussion?
Yes.
I just wanted to offer my support for Judith. She's a resident of District 1 in Hunters Run, and she's been actively seeking opportunities to volunteer in the city. She worked the firefighter chili cook-off and fishing tournament the other weekend, and I just wanted to applaud her and tell her that I respect her for her efforts to get more involved and give back to the community. She's a great person.
Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And that reminds me of when at the, was it back to school? Or Too Cool for School Bash that the Children's Schoolhouse Museum had. I talked with Curtis Weaver, who was a longtime resident of Boynton Beach when there was only 2,000 people here. And he was talking about how, people back then were very happy to volunteer and do their civic duty to help with Boynton Beach. And I just want to list all the boards that we have positions available so that anybody here who is in the audience who has the time to volunteer and be part of the community and make recommendations to us, we really appreciate it. So we have one position available on the Arts Commission, 4 on the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, 2 on our Education and Youth Advisory Board, and these are for students. So if you know of any students in the city of Boynton Beach that would like to get more civically involved. We have 2 positions available on our Historic Resource Preservation Board, 2 on our Library Board, 1 on our Recreation and Parks Board, and now 1 on our Senior Advisory Board. If you need more information, you can go to our website or contact the City Clerk's office.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm always up here talking about I've been here for 65 years. I was not here when we only had 2,000 citizens, so don't think I'm that old. I came when we had a lot more. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're moving on to item 11D, the Community Support Funds request from Commissioner Romulus to All People's Day, Inc. Description of the project is enhancing the pride of the Haitian American population, their heritage and accomplishments, increasing the knowledge of their fellow citizens from all communities about Haitian culture for $250.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is N Federal. I am one of the volunteers for the Haitian American Culture Day. I have with me Linda Charles and Arlene Austin. The idea of Haitian American Culture Day was created based on the recognition of the American government who understand the contribution of the Haitian population in the U.S. So the month of May is the Haitian Heritage Month. We're going to celebrate this month by different activities. But Indira Beach was the first to accept our proposal. And we greatly, we are grateful because of the contribution of the Indira Beach and for this event to be a reality. And so we're going to have different activities. And also the idea is to create, enhancing the pride of the Haitian student, the Haitian population. And also for other community to have a new knowledge about the Haitian community, about our food, our music, our culture. And also, the civic engagement is very important, which is a great component, how to engage them, to participate in our city, to make our city, our county very beautiful. I'm going to introduce Alan So you can continue. Thank you.
Want to hold that up?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Arlene Houston. I live in Delray. This idea began when we were canvassing to register voters and noticed that there is a gap between the Haitian American population and the rest. And then I learned that in Delray, it's the second city in the United States per capita that has more Haitian people living there. And they have threats on them. The temporary protection status, and there's a lot of angst where kids can go to school and not know if the parents are going to be there or deported when they come home. You all know these stories. But the bigger picture is this is a Palm Beach County effort to bring all communities together and interact in a festive way and in a socially responsible way. We will have Mayor Shelley Petralia welcome you. We will have Palm Beach County Mayor Mac Bernard speak, and we will have closing remarks by Commissioner Christina Ramalas. We will have service agencies there. The League of Women Voters are going to register people. We'll have the ACLU, the Legal Aid Society, the Florida Immigration Coalition, many to offer information to those people that attend. We're going to have special professional dancers, the Nubia dancers. We're going to have a lesson on Copa dancing. We'll have a demonstration. The arts are going to be amazing. I could just go on and on. It's just beautiful. So what I'd like to do, and we would love to have a Boynton Beach presence there. I think it might have been Martin Luther King who said, you can pass all the laws, the ordinances, the statutes you want, but to reduce racism and the gaps of misunderstanding, you have to be people to people. You have to interact. And this will be an opportunity for our whole county to come together.
I think my name is Linda Charles, proud resident of Boynton Beach, 218 Burr Street, 23426. So I think they forgot to mention it's on May 4th, Saturday, May 4th, from 1 to 4, and it's free admission. So we hope that everybody comes. Please to share, because we're really trying to promote the culture, but we're also trying to integrate and be very inclusive. So I don't need to sit here and tell you about racial equity, but certainly that's what we do. In my day job, I'm the Vice President of Housing Services for Community Partners. So I certainly, and we are one of the sponsors. So I certainly would like to see, the difference makers in Delray this time. Maybe next time it will be Boynton. Thank you.
And the last thing I want to say is it's for children, adults, older people. It's intergenerational. It's going to be so wonderful, and it fits into a continuum. All People's Day had their festival on March 23rd. We're going to be on May 4th, and in September, Delray is a welcoming city, and across America there's going to be a celebration for a week from September 13th to the 22nd. And so this is the effort to be human to human. I'm going to pass out flyers. I don't have enough, but please take
If you
one.
can just put them on the table where all the other flyers are. I'd like to say that I did speak with Mayor Shelley Petralia and Mayor Scott Singer regarding this event, and it's something that we coordinate as the mayors, that it's something that we could rotate from year to year from Delray, Boynton Beach, and Boca, so that everybody has an opportunity to have celebrate Flag Day. I know that sometimes that's what happens in the country of Haiti as well. And so I look forward to celebrating in Delray this year and hopefully Boynton Beach next year.
Thank you.
So we made a motion to to distribute the funds, but I believe the other request that was being made by the organization was to allow for the use of the Boynton Beach logo as a sponsor in the event. Is that something that the board would be amenable to?
I would be happy to lend the logo and provide support. Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Right. Before we go with the logo, I need to make sure that we are within our bounds. I'm just saying legally, not that I mind.
Jim?
Legally, with the consent of the commission, you can lend them that privilege.
I want to lend you all that privilege. I want to make sure we don't break any rules. Thank you.
All right. And so is there any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I do want to make a comment rather
Yes.
quickly, Mayor. I just want to thank the members who came here and spoke tonight. I also just want to thank a couple of Delray Beach people who are here tonight with us. Brought a whole Delray coalition with them. There's Ron here in the audience as well. So we have a whole bunch of Delray Beach people here. So I just want to welcome you all to Boynton Beach and your sister city to the north, I guess. So thank you all for being here tonight, and I look forward to this great event that will happen on May 4th. And I know in May also we'll be bringing a proclamation here in the city of Boynton Beach to proclaim May 18th as Haitian Flag Day in the city. So that's a lot of exciting things that are happening to just celebrate the first Black Republic ever in the world. Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on to consent agenda. Did anyone have any items to be pulled from consent agenda?
I'd like to pull item C, please.
All right. And I'd like to pull item A. Is there anything else? The reason why I wanted to pull item A is that we got the property control numbers for the properties, but not always the property address. We got the mailing address, and so for future nuisance abatements, I'd like to see the actual property address and not just the mailing address. And so I'd like to request a motion to approve, and for future abatements, nuisance abatements, to include the property address along with the mailing address.
Second.
All right. Any discussion from the board? All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. On to item 6C.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to read it first, if you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead.
Award the bid for the Sarah Sims Park fencing to McConney Fence of Tampa, Florida, as the lowest, most responsible bidder, who met all specifications, for an estimated expenditure of $90,780 plus a contingency fee for unforeseen conditions, for a total estimate expenditure of $99,788. Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. The reason I pulled this was, Andrew, I'm glad you're up there. I'm just saying, we have this fence that you all gave me. Is this the one around the cemetery in Boynton?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the reason I pulled this is to make a comment, and that is, I want to tell you all thank you. I wanted a color copy because the park that we're building over in District 2, and we're calling it Sarah Sims Park, it is a pristine park that we're building, and I want to thank you all that we're not just throwing up anything and saying that this is one of those parks. I want to tell you thank you, Colin, for getting it to me late, but I got it. Yep, thank you.
Okay.
And with that, Mayor, motion to approve.
Second.
All right. And all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? One of the things that we were trying to do with this Sarah Sims Park was to provide local contractors, and I don't think it has been working out very well with our RFP process and our building wealth in the community. And so I spoke with the city manager's office, and giving credence to RFQs where we can have more subjective results for local residents or local subcontractors. And I just wanted to make that comment regarding the Sarah Sims. I know that we're going to get a great product, but it is not, we knew it was going to cost more to piece it out, and it really hasn't helped the local community, I believe. Our business community, I'm sorry. It is definitely going to help the local community. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Bids,
Mayor, if you don't mind, can
Yes.
you just elaborate more on what you're trying to get at? Are you saying that what are you proposing as a solution? Or are you just kind of making a general statement or
I'm
comment?
making a general statement because I believe this is the first big, multi-million-dollar project that we tried to piece out in multiple parts for RFPs, because we have that building the wealth with the 5% leeway, and that, based upon comments from city staff, it has not been, we knew it was going to be hard, but now it's been actually harder than our estimates. And the cost is also increased. So
In making the statement, do we have any solutions that we can come up with or brainstorm in the future for how to make this better? Because I think we're all on the same page about trying to do that.
as of, that's something that future agenda, if we'd like to have that discussion regarding equitable practices regarding our RFQ process.
Well, absolutely, and that's why I made you elaborate, because I didn't want the statement to just kind of be up in the air and not have anything to pin it down. So yes, I would like to have a comment or a conversation about that in the future to see how we can improve that situation. Thank you.
So when we hit future agenda, we'll go over all the things that we are planning for the future.
Sounds good.
All right. Bids and purchases over 100,000. Proposed resolution number R19-046. Approve the recommendation by the Evaluation Committee and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with Rossman Enterprise doing business as Clean Air Concepts as a result of RFP for the installation of vehicle exhaust extraction system for Fire Station Number 3 with an estimated cost of $54,015. The agreement shall be a period of 3 years commencing on the date the agreement is executed by the city with 2 one-year renewals. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board?
Yes.
Yes.
So is this in the first phase or the process of doing each of these stations as time goes on?
Yes, Tim Howard, Assistant City Manager. This is the first fire station, Fire Station 3, and it'll be paid for with a FEMA grant. The fire station that's being built in Town Square will already have this in it, and over the next 2 years, we'll be doing the other stations.
And for the enlightenment of the public, can you please explain what this is and how it helps our firefighters, please? Thank you, Chief.
Well, we've known for some time now that Glenn Joseph, Fire Chief, we have known for some time now that diesel exhaust has the potential to increase the risk for cancer and other maladies in firefighters. Since the fire trucks are parked inside of the living quarters, essentially in the bay, the best practice to date is to use a direct connect attachment to remove the exhaust outside the station. It reduces the pollutants inside the station, inside the bay, and the best information we have right now, it helps to reduce the risk of cancer and other diseases with firefighters.
Yes, Commissioner Tai.
Chief, do you have sensors inside your bays that tell you anything about the air quality?
No, we do not. We generally use a passive ventilation system, and most stations that were built maybe 10 years ago and before, we use a fan in the roof to move the contaminants out. Over the last 10 years, there have been better technologies coming out, and those have been in service for about 30 years now. But that's the best practice, is to do a direct exhaust removal system.
And Station 3 was where we had the mold problem?
That's correct. Station 3, because of its age, we're able to get a grant from the federal government to put the system in that station. The other stations are too new, so they wanted us to fund it ourselves. But that station, we got an AFG grant, covered the entire cost.
But see, that's what the part I'm looking for is, like when we get grants, I'd like for people to say we got a grant to help with this. I'm just saying so the citizens don't think that every penny we getting, is coming out of our coffers. I'm just saying,
Mr. Howard did mention that you got it on the grant. You missed it.
What was the grant for the amount?
The entire cost,
Thank you.
$55,000.
Well, we make y'all nervous, don't we?
Anything else?
Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 7B, Approve utilizing the Polk County bid for utilities construction services with Killebrew, Inc. of Lakeland, Florida for underground utility work on Northeast First Street at an estimated cost of $152,808 and a contingency of $15,000 for unforeseen issues that arise during construction for a total estimated amount of $167,808. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Discussion from the board. Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Item 7C, approve utilizing the state and Florida contract alternatives with Easy Pay Tires for the purchase of Goodyear tires for the city's fleet vehicles on an as-needed basis with an estimated annual expenditure of $320,000. The state of Florida alternative source contract procurement process satisfies the city's competitive bid requirements.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion from the board?
Yes, I want to make sure from staff we are disposing of our tires properly, right?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Seeing no more further comments, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Approve an increase to estimated annual expenditure to the following three companies: Ferguson Enterprises, Fortline, Inc., and Core & Main from $85,000 to $190,000 per city bid, annual supply of brass fittings and accessories. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was, when I met with the assistant city manager, Mr. Howard, you know, I was taken back because of how much money we had spent this year, and I'd like for him to state it to the public how much we spent and the reason why.
Sure. So in previous years, we've spent about $82,000 to $86,000 on brass fittings over the course of a year. Currently, we've done two projects in utility department, the acquisition of Perry Village and the Tropical Breeze. And between those two, they've utilized $59,000 of the brass fittings. So we need to increase it for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Authorize the use of 5 approved vendors: Barney's Pumps, Inc., Custom Pump and Controls, Inc., KSB, Hudson Pump and Equipment, PSI Technologies, and Xylem Water Solutions for an estimated annual expenditure of $250,000 for wastewater pump replacements on an as-needed basis for 160 wastewater lift stations that are within the utility service area.
So move.
Second.
Discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. As requested, I'm moving up item 8D to the first public hearing. Approve text amendments to the comprehensive plan, including proposed ordinance number 19-012, first reading, and proposed ordinance number 19-013, first reading. Jim?
Hang on. Let's see which one is this. Okay. Well, we'll see what we can do with the technical difficulties. Hannah Matesh, Senior Planner. The proposed comprehensive plan text amendments that you are going to review, there are two sets of those. Yeah. There are two sets, they're not related at all. They be two separate ordinances you're going to be voting for, and this is transmittal hearing because this is text amendment. They all have to go to the state for review. So the number one amendment is what we usually refer to as a house cleaning, which means usually that is overdue, and it indeed is. It reflects the interlocal agreement that city signed in 2016 that was between the Palm Beach County School Board, the county, and the city. That's related to the coordinated school planning. We already implemented that interlocal agreement, so the question was just to reflect this in an amendment to the comprehensive plan. We are essentially following the county comprehensive plan that have already been approved, and several other municipalities. So we are doing the same thing that they're doing. So we are deleting public school facilities element. We're migrating all the policies regarding the school planning to the interlocal coordination element, and we're revising the language in the future land use element and the improvement and the capital improvement elements for consistency. There's nothing really new. There's nothing new for us in this amendment. As I said, we are basically replicating the template that everybody else used. The exchange of the data that we have between the school district and us this exchange has been going on for years under the different interlocal agreement. So if you have any questions about this, I can answer them, but this is again is a house cleaning item, and we have already implemented it.
Okay. Any questions? And that's for
That's for ordinance 19012, which I'll read now. An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving amendment to the comprehensive plan, including future land use, intergovernmental cooperation, and capital improvement elements reflecting elimination of school concurrency and deletion of the public school facility element, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
We have a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Discussion from the board. Seeing none. Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none. May I have a roll call, please?
Aye.
Yes.
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 Ordinance 19013, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving amendment to the comprehensive plan transportation element, creating framework for potential future establishment of a mobility fee, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
So the second item, as you just heard, contains the amendments to the transportation element only, and it creates a framework for potential replacement of transportation concurrency with a mobility fee. Boynton Beach, the City of Boynton Beach, and all other municipalities in the county are subject to Palm Beach County concurrency road impact fees and proportional fair share regulations. The city also have their own regulations for our roadways, but that is not really relevant to this whole setup. Concurrency requires that public facilities be in place when the new development creates an impact. For transportation, that means that adopted level of service for roads have to be maintained at all times. The negative aspect of transportation concurrency have long been written about, and again, one of it is just that is they focus on the road capacity only through the adopted level of service. Corollary to that is definitely promoting urban sprawl, and it's also unfair to developers because the way it works, nobody's charged any fees till capacity on road is exceeded. So that last person, last in pays system, that is definitely not fair. So the the framework would eventually lead to replacing concurrency with a mobility. Now, what is mobility fee? It is a one-time charge or new development for its impact. It, per the statutory requirement, it has to be tied to objective in local plans. That is, the plan can be a mobility plan, can be comprehensive plan, a development plan, strategic plan. It can have different methodology, but it is a form of impact fee, so it has to meet what is referred to as dual rational nexus. That, first of all, there must be a reasonable connection between the improvements that are to be funded and the impact of development. And secondly, that new development that pays the fees must receive the benefits of the payment. Because mobility fee is based on the city plans, it can successfully link transportation planning and land use policies. And very importantly, it gives local government flexibility in spending on full range of multimodal development. So it's just not focused on the vehicular capacity, but it's also it can be spent on the bike infrastructure, transit, pedestrian, and any such transportation mobility project that are considered needed and listed under the plan. So what we are proposing is we set up a 13 policy framework for this future mobility fee in the transportation element. This is basically modeled on the policies that one of the municipalities in Palm Beach County have already adopted and vetted. It's been vetted through the state system. As I said earlier, it will require the development of what we now temporarily call the complete street or complete street mobility plan per the statutory requirement. That plan would determine whether, what type of the mobility fee, what is the location, meaning that the mobility fee could be applicable citywide, could be applicable in certain areas of the city only. So we are hoping that as we do that, the mobility fee will generate revenues to fund mobility improvements that are needed within the city boundaries. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I can entertain them.
I just have some comments. I'm really excited about the mobility fee. I know that this was something that I wanted to start on my first term because of the amount of money that the city has paid into the county's road impact fees. And so along with the passing of this mobility fee, I'd like to see if staff can figure out how much money has been paid into road impact fees to the county since its inception in 2003, and then see how much money the county, by requesting their information, how much money is spent in Zone 4 and then spent within the city limits. Because the number that I got in 2016 was that over 20 million was collected and only 5 million was spent in the city limits, where most of the money has been going to the western areas of Boynton Beach and Lake Worth of unincorporated Palm Beach County. And so I will request a motion to approve so that we can help get funding for complete streets, a trolley system, and future things to help alleviate traffic in the city of Boynton Beach.
Second.
Any further discussion from the board?
Yes, just to add to your list of other things, Seacrest, absolutely, from our Delray limits all the way north.
Yeah.
We need a lot of work on Seacrest, and that is a county road.
Yeah. All right. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
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 Aye.
Moving on to proposed ordinance number 19-014, first reading of approve Harbor K Townhomes future land use map amendment from special high-density residential to mixed use for a 1.43 parcel located at 605 Lakeside Harbor, applicant United Developers Group. And the other ordinance for this agenda item is number 19-015, first reading, approve Harbor K Townhomes rezoning from IPUD infill planning unit development to MU1, mixed use one for a 1.43 parcel located at 605 Lakeside Harbor, applicant United Developer Groups. Jim, would you like to read the ordinances, please?
I'll read both. The first ordinance is 19014, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as Harbor K Townhomes and described herein owned by United Developers Group, LLC, changing the land use designation from special high-density residential to mixed-use low, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Ordinance 19015, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as Harbor K from infill plan unit development, IPUD, to mixed use 1, MU1, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. By way of reminder, the first ordinance, which is the future land use element issue, is legislative in nature. The second issue is quasi-judicial in nature. I assume the applicant has no problem combining the presentation for both?
I don't.
All right.
Good evening, Mr.
Wait.
Mayor.
Wait.
Okay.
That was just a yes or no question?
Yes.
Okay. And the second part is anybody who intends to testify in this proceeding, since it includes a quasi-judicial, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Here you go.
Thank you.
You have to lift the microphone a little bit higher. Yep, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Bradley Miller of Miller Land Planning, and I am here to represent the applicant. Just for clarification purposes, my presentation actually carries over 8A and 8B. 8B is site plan, which typically you table for a vote for the second reading. I don't know if anything needs to be done before I get started on that, or
Table it after the...
do it then?
Yep.
Okay. But you're okay with me carrying on and
Yes.
presenting the entire thing? Thank you. So this is a project called Harbor K. I am here representing the applicant, United Developers Group. And this parcel is located on North Federal Highway. This is one of those parcels that's sat vacant for about 15 years. And so this is a proposed development plan that actually follows your CRA redevelopment plan that was adopted in 2017. It's 1.43 acres just north of Gateway Boulevard. Right at the corner is the Shell gas station, and then surrounding it to the south is Las Palmas Park, which is a single-family community that extends to the east. Lakeside Harbor, there's question whether it's Lakeside Harbor Drive or just Lakeside Harbor, and property appraiser has it under different names, but the road actually extends right through the middle of the property and provides access to 10 single-family lots that are to our east. That road is a private road. It's the responsibility to the roadway is by the property owners along that roadway, including my client here and the property owners of the single-family homes. There is a utility easement over it that benefits to the city to extend water and sewer down that road, but other than that, the responsibility is to the property owners. What we're asking for here tonight, the initial part, is to request a land use change and a zoning change for this property. Back in 2006, the property was changed from a commercial designation to a special high-density residential land use designation and a infill planned unit development zoning designation. Those designations allowed for up to 20 units per acre, and there was a project that was actually approved for 23 units that was part of that development. It fell into the times of the recession. There was a couple of extensions, and ultimately the site plan expired and that was dropped. The zoning remains as is under that special high-density residential and the IPUD. So why are we changing things? Because the categories we're going to actually allows the same density, and the reason is it's following your CRA redevelopment plan to go to a mixed-use, low land use, and mixed-use 1 zoning district, which corresponds with the CRA redevelopment plan directly. This, just to give you a couple of photographs from the area, this is a view looking down Lakeside Harbor. The property consists of both sides of the road. The pink line is essentially the property line. There is a single-family home on the northern part of the property, and I guess I could have broken the pink line where the house is, but it really goes behind that pink house, the property line. And about 15 years ago, there was some efficiency units that were on the south end, but looking back at old aerials, it was about 15 years ago that those were taken down, and it's been vacant ever since. As you continue down the roadway, again, it's showing how the road splits the property. There's a little jog, and on the southern part of our road, just to our east, there's a vacant lot. And to the north side of the road, immediately to us, there is a single-family residential lot. Right at the property line boundary, there's an existing gate that is controlled by the 10 property owners beyond us. Part of our development will be to reconstruct the portion of the road within our property, and we'll also have to replace that fence and the gate, but the gate will remain. What this map is showing is this is your CRA redevelopment plan, and it's just confirming that this property was identified for the mixed-use low designation that we're proposing here tonight. The same is true for the gas station site to immediately to our south. From the land use and zoning standpoint, the slide is split in half. With the left side is showing the land use designation that we're going from the special high density residential to the mixed use low MXL. And the right-hand side is the zoning map of the proposed area going from the IPUD to the mixed-use 1. It really is a lateral change that's just implementing the CRA redevelopment plan. And through that, at the 20 units per acre, at 1.4 acres, we could have up to 28 units on the property. Our proposed application is requesting 18. The initial request when the application was submitted in the first part of December was for 21 units. Through the process and working with your staff, it's been reduced down to 18 units. This slide is showing our site plan that's superimposed into the aerial. These are 18 townhome units. They're 3-story units. On the north side, there's 2 buildings that consist of 4 units each, and then a pool inside. There will be an enlargement of this here in a moment. I'll break it down a little bit more. But I wanted to show how it fits in to the property and to the community. Again, the maximum allowed on the property is 28. The prior approval from 2006 was 23 units, and our proposed application is for 18 units, which is 64% of the maximum development that would be allowed. The plan itself, again, there's 8 units on the north side, and then there are 10 units that are on the south side. Each of the units are 3 stories and 3-bedroom units. They have 2-car garages, so there's 2-car garages for each. As part of the commitment through, not only through conditions of approval, but right on our site plans that were submitted prior to, there are restrictions that will be built into the association documents for the community that will keep the garages as garages and not storage units to help alleviate any concerns on parking. In addition to the 2 parking spaces per unit, there's 15 guest spaces. So we are 3 spaces shy of having 3 spaces per unit. There is a request through the application that's following a provision in your code where we provided a parking study that showed that the maximum amount of parking that would be required through this parking study should be 43 spaces. We have 51 spaces. If you apply the strict interpretation of the code, 57 spaces are required. However, through this study and comparing to other communities, that number has dropped down to, the study says 43. We're actually 7 spaces above what the study says, and we are just shy of having a full 3 spaces per unit, which is actually for a development like this, in other comparisons with some of the other communities in the area, that's about 2.8 spaces per unit. There are other communities right down the street that are in the range of 2.3 spaces per unit. So we're exceeding some of the precedent that's been around previously. Then through the restrictions, through conditions of approval, and through the applicant themselves, that will be further controlled through the association of controlling the uses of the garage space. There will be a fencing or wall around the 3 sides. Federal Highway on the western side will not have one. There's a condition of approval for the site plan part of the application that requires a 6-foot wall along the east side of the property line. And then there will be a part retaining wall and part fence, picket fence, that would run both along the north property line and the south property line. The gate would remain, as I mentioned early on. The community does have a common pool, which you can see there kind of at the top center portion of the slide. And then there's a park open space area that's in the southeast side. That'll be improved with some benches, barbecue type setting there. The pool has a little cabana and bathroom facility that's with it. The original plan that was submitted, there were 3 more units that were in that spot, and it was through staff that encouraged the applicant here to modify the plan, drop those 3 units, and provide a bigger pool area and for the entire community. The 7 units that are along the east side have the option for their own private pools that you can see are spotted in there. Those units are set back from the property line by 25 feet. And then, as I mentioned in the early part, south of Lakeside Harbor, the immediate property next to us on to the east is a vacant lot that's allowed for a single-family home, and there's an existing single-family home on the northern side. These units to the peak, which is not how your code measures height, but to the peak are 38 feet high. To the midpoint of the roof line, which is where your code measures, it's 35 feet. The maximum allowed is 45 feet. So we are 10 feet below the maximum allowed. We looked into the height that would be allowed for the single-family home if a single-family home were built on the vacant lot. And in that zoning district, you can go to 30 feet in height. So there's just a small variation between the two heights of the community. These slides provide some of the architecture for the site, for the units themselves. Again, 3-story units, 2-car garage. They're in the range of 21, 22, 2,300 square feet. There's some variation in the units. All of them 3 bedrooms. So the ground floor is garage and that bonus room space that we've seen in some of the other communities. And then living space on the 2nd floor, bedrooms on the 3rd. And this slide is showing you some of the community pool area and the park area that's in the southeast corner of the site. At the Planning and Development Board, there were some of the residents. I was not at the Planning and Development Board, and actually was brought in afterwards. But I understand that some of the concerns, one of the major concerns from the residents was drainage. This is something that we've had this discussion before, and it's something that's reviewed by your staff seriously. There's regulations that control this. What this slide is really trying to show is that the development is essentially designed as a bowl. The exterior of the property is going to have the highest elevation. The number there next to the pink line on the left-hand side would be a property line where the elevation at that spot is 7.5. The finished floor elevations of the units are above that. That's the area that doesn't to protect it from being flooded. And then there's a swale area around the next to the outside perimeter that drops down about 1/2 foot. And then the parking area itself goes down to an elevation of 7. The drainage for this project is all handled by an exfiltration system that's constructed underneath the parking lot. There's catch basins that are at that elevation 7, so everything is running to that area. So it's essentially taking 1.4 acres of this property that currently is, if it rains there today, it's running to the east down Lakeside Harbor and heading towards the Intracoastal. We're taking that 1.4 acres and controlling it on our site without it spilling over up to a 25-year, 3-day storm by controlling it into the development itself. So this slide gives you that perspective from a plan view. Again, the outside perimeter, with the exception of the building pads themselves, are the highest points. And then within the parking area where the catch basins are located, which is where the 7.0 spot elevations are located. So it's creating this bowl, and all of the drainage is staying on site there. It would be for a 25-year, 3-day storm. There is an outfall location should there be a storm bigger than that goes out onto Federal Highway that we actually confirmed just last week with the DOT. There is a catch basin, a inlet right along the roadway, which we could pop off into for the storms that go beyond that storm event. But this is a very typical storm event design for the drainage system. This site has been designed to this point conceptually to accommodate it, and they'll continue through the permitting process through the city, South Florida Water Management District, to put that into effect prior to construction. The other part of the equation is not to forget about the neighbors is Lakeside Harbor. There's no drainage system in the roadway that's there now. Everything is just flowing towards the Intracoastal. We did meet with the neighbors on Friday and had a good discussion. There was about, I think, 4 out of the 10 ownership representatives at the meeting. And one of the things we talked, the slide that's, or the photograph that's in the top left corner there is kind of showing the end of the road where, first of all, there's a railroad tie there that's going to stop the water, and then the grass and rock area in that area has gotten bigger and taller and probably has filled up. So our client here, as part of the community, it's not really his responsibility, but as part of the community has offered to help participate in trying to improve on that situation and improve on that area, offered to participate in a drainage system for that roadway, as long as everybody else in the community is kind of on board and it's a coordinated effort. So I think there could be some improvements that could be done that could help. Back to the project, we feel like the project itself is taking 1.4 acres of drainage off of that system just with our development and an actual drainage system built right into our development itself. So I do have much more detailed calculations on drainage. If you want us to get into that, our civil engineer, Neil Janoff, is here. If we need to get into those calculations, I'm trying to spare you a little bit, but we're prepared for that if you want to get into it.
Yes, please.
Maybe what we can do is stop at this point. If there's questions, we can get into those calculations. Or I can address any of the questions you might have.
I mean, kind of what my question regarding the last site plan regarding, when drainage was a big issue is, the 25-year, 3-day study, what does that mean in gallons or, acre foots? Sort of the thing is that we want to know exactly how much water is supposed to be held on the property and how much water is being held on the property so that we can make the determination if it's doing its job.
Yep, that guideline will, and the design will accommodate 12 inches of rainfall over a 3-day period of time.
And
we can get into the acre feet thing, and maybe Colin can explain what acre feet really is. But that's what that design is for. I can go into that if you want me to.
Absolutely.
Okay. And we can have Neil come up if I take it from a planner's version into an engineer's version. So this is the criteria. I know the information on the left is probably too small for you to see, but that really breaks down. That's the calculations that have been put together to evaluate what that 25-year storm does. You can see in the row that's encircled in red, that's for the 25-year, 3-day storm. And in they always evaluate it, and kick me if I go off kilter here, Neil, but they always evaluate it on a pre-development concept, as it is today, versus a post-development concept, which is what it's going to be. The column on the left, the second column in, is showing what the acre feet is as of today on the property, and then it's showing the 0 acre feet of what the post-flowing offsite would be after the development. So the numbers that are in the slide, the smaller numbers are coming to those calculations of showing that there is no flowing off the property for that year's storm. I missed the colored boxes with the, sorry. Did I cover that?
So that one where it's all zeros except for, okay.
So that's where we're going to with the development, is that there would be 0 outfall off of the property for that year's storm. And you can see the column, the row below is for a 100-year, 3-day storm, which that's the part that would bubble over and be tied into the DOT drainage system if it got to that event.
And so you said for a 25-year storm, it was 12 inches of rain?
Correct.
In the 24 hours. What is a 100-year storm? How much rain in 24 hours?
I'll introduce yourself.
Excuse me. I'm Neil Janoff. I'm a registered engineer in the state of Florida. Been practicing in Florida since 1976. The answer to your question, we actually have this designed for a 25-year 3-day and a 100-year 3-day storm event. The answer to your question is the 25-year 3-day event is going to generate something in the order of 15, I need to double check my notes. A 25-year 3-day event is going to generate something around 13 inches of rainfall. All of that water is going to be contained on the site, which is illustrated by the last column where we're showing 0 acre-feet flowing off-site, which means we're containing it on the site. One might ask, how is that going to be done? Well, as noted earlier on the slide, we're going to have a retaining wall on 3 sides of the property. In essence, there is a berm on the west side of the property, the 4th side. So we will be putting in a retaining wall at the 25-year, 3-day calculated elevation to hold all of the water on site. In addition to that, we will be altering the grades on the private roadway so that there will be a berm on the roadway holding the water back on our site, so that in essence, if you take a look at the chart, if you look at the column that says pre, and it shows the 25-year 3-day event, that's the condition that exists today. And right now, that piece of property, because there's no walls, there's no berms, and it sheet flows off the property to the east, it generates 0.85 acre-feet of water. What that is approximately the equivalent of 9 inches of water over an acre in depth. When we get done with this project, that 8,500ths of an acre-foot of water will be self-contained, which results in 0 flowing off the site. I hope I answered your question.
Yes. And so the next question is so how much rain is in the 100-year? How many inches of rain in the 24 hours of a 100-year flood?
It's not 24 hours, it's 3 days.
So
that's the standard in the industry. We don't design for a 100-year flood in 24 hours. We design for a 100-year flood in 3 days. And that's in excess of 15 inches of rainfall over 3 days.
Okay. Thank you. And so then that 0.28 acre-feet of post flowing off-site would be going into that drain on Federal?
It will be going onto the drain in Federal. It will also be going into, and when I say the drain, it's an overflow into Federal Highway, into the existing curb inlet, which happens to be at the southwest corner of our property. It will also, part of it will also be going over the 25-year, 3-day elevation of the retaining wall and continue to the east. If you notice the difference between, on the lower row, currently the existing conditions allow 1.27 acre-feet of water to flow to the east, and when we get done, almost an entire acre-foot, 0.99 if you do the math, will be retained on site and or go to the DOT inlet, so that we end up with a net of only 0.28 acre-feet flowing off the site to both the east and into DOT. It's substantially reduced.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have any other questions regarding the engineering?
I thought regarding the engineering, but I'd like to hear from the citizens before I start asking questions, because I do have some concerns.
Any other questions before we open it up to public comments? Seeing none, we will now open it up to public comments. Because this is quasi-judicial, you do not have a time limit, but I will let you know when you have hit 8 minutes. Bradley, you will be taking notes?
I will be diligently taking notes.
All
Yes,
right, thank you. Is there anyone who has public comments regarding the first reading of these two ordinances?
Jonathan Reingold, 631 Lakeside Harbor. Thank you for your time. How long do I have? With respect?
You
got a few
I will
minutes?
let you know when you have 8 minutes.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like there's many people that are wishing
Okay.
to speak, so I'll let you know.
I thought it was 3 minutes, and I figured, 51 years to pay for the house and 3 minutes to save it.
Yeah.
So, you got this project. It's a great project, and I'm here to explain that I'm not opposed to projects. I'm not opposed to development. I feel, that it fails. It doesn't work on multi-tiers and multi-reasons why, and I'll do my best to explain it. You got your flooding reasons, right? And I could show you on there why we're having flooding problems. I can increase the Google Earth and show you the flooding problems you're having because of other situations, north and south of us as well. And the last two houses on the north side towards the Intracoastal, and the last house on the south side towards the Intracoastal, they weren't originally there. So backed up to my property and a house that was built in 1958 across were not necessarily waterfront, but they were the last houses on the block. So the water flowed freely. One of the things they did was they granted a permit to build those three houses, and they're about 6 or 7 feet above grade, and the water can't get through. And what's happened is there's a bowl that's been created on Lakeside Harbor. These gentlemen are correct with all their charts and their 3 days and 3 year storm things, except I live there. You know what I mean? And just 6 weeks ago, what happens is you get these storms that just sit right over Boynton Beach. So the charts don't take into consideration that. And you get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16 inches of rain in this really short period of time. There are 3 gasoline pumps of that property of Lakeside Harbor. I run 2 of them. A gentleman that lives across the street has one, and I usually run his too, just to save 3 homes. The home immediately to the west of mine is now under siege as well, and I'm working on something to help them out. The charts don't take into consideration what's really going on. You know what I mean? I have the same. It would take well over 3 minutes for me to sell you my resume and my degrees and my certifications and my accreditations and my licensures, and 4 of them have weight in the state of Florida. I'm right, and they're wrong. The charts are wrong.
Sir,
it doesn't take into consideration.
You need to give us your credentials then.
Yes,
Excuse me,
please.
Then I will accredit.
You
The
have more
Florida
than 3
State
minutes.
Certified
Please
General
don't.
Contractor.
You do have more than 3 minutes. You're not limited by
Oh,
the 3
okay.
minutes. That's what we're trying to
Well,
tell you.
there are 3
So share your
Florida State
accreditations,
Certified
please.
General Contractors that live on the block, and we're all wrong. The charts are wrong. They're right when you want to do something, but they don't take into consideration what's going on. I live there. I get letters from Angela. I think you know who I'm talking about. She's an engineer for Boynton Beach. She sends me letters saying, Angela Primus, is that her name? Primus, she's a senior engineer at Boynton Beach, that if I have any questions about flooding, to please contact her. I did. She sent an engineer from some development, CRS, down to look at my property. Has that report been turned in?
I will have to speak to the utility.
Please. I'm just really frustrated, and I'm scared that I'm going to lose my property. I won't be able to sell my property. I won't be able to get out of it. I think it's going to diminish the cost, what my property's worth. Are they Harbor K? Are they Lakeside? I'm trying to show multiple tiers of why I believe it doesn't work. The flooding is it's bad, and it's going to get worse. The water from these storm drains comes up, not down when it rains. It's bad. They're Harbor K, Lakeside Harbor. What, are they seceding from Lakeside Harbor, or they want to retain that but control Lakeside Harbor, my street, and the dock and the private street? And we keep asking the developers what they want to do, and no one's really asked the residents what we want. What were my plans with my street? What were my neighbors' plans with my street? It's all about what their plans are with my street. They're paving my street. You know, tonight they didn't bring up the dock because it's, you know, taboo. But that's ours, and they want that. So are they going to just secede? Is that the proper word? From Lakeside Harbor and just be Harbor K, and they have no access down Lakeside Harbor, and they have nothing to do with it? Or are they planning on combining Harbor K with Lakeside Harbor, 18 units, with the 11th out of there, and now it's my property value is not 1/11th, it's 1/29th? Is that a legal issue? And is that homeowners association that he was speaking of, are they now responsible to chip in for my block and the repair and the maintenance? I don't know, but it seems like they want Harbor K because it sounds good, but we also kind of want to...
You got to speak into the microphone.
We also want Lakeside Harbor because that's the money. You know what I mean? And I don't know what's going on. I've spoken to a law firm. I'm ready to retain them. It's really expensive, and I really can't afford it. And my block was going to chip in with me, and we were going to share in that, but I don't know if that's going to work anymore, so I'm kind of fighting for myself. I don't think it works. The other things that they talk about, I could get more into the flooding with you. You guys know. All these properties, they go from Federal Highway to the Intracoastal, Federal Highway to the Intracoastal. The developer controls that whole section of land. You can clearly see here it doesn't work. You know, are they just putting this whole package together to sell to the next guy? Are they funded to do this project? Is it going to fail in the middle? I don't know. But not one person, with all due respect, has asked me what I want. The tone in the conversation is what the developer wants. No one's asked my neighbors what their plans are when they bought the house. Because I bought the house to settle in Boynton Beach, you know, and I'm in good standing, and I have plans, and they're going away real quick, you know. Like everyone, you come up here, you got this whole speech, and the second you get up here, you forget it, you know.
Mayor?
I appreciate your time.
Thank
I
you.
wish I could have more time to really explain it to you. And all the charts, the last thing I would say, what they don't take into account of what's really going on in the block. No one's been there in one of these rainstorms. Just the charts.
Mayor?
They don't work.
Excuse me, Commissioner, please let him finish.
I could
All right, so...
back off.
Okay.
No, I don't need you.
So you would like to... Yes.
You mentioned that you have plans and you're considering things of how to improve your street. Can you please share that? Because my understanding is that Lakeside Harbor Drive is a privately owned street that's owned by the residents within that community. So what plans did you have in mind? Because I don't want you to feel like you're coming here and we're not hearing you out. We are.
Okay.
So can you share with us what your plans were?
Well, the first thing I could say is there's a community and then there's their home. And each individual mitigates the problems they have at their homes individually. Excuse me. And then there's the dock and how the street functions into the... It's really not a dock, it's a pier. It's a legal pier. It's permitted. I have the documentation with me. And we have the right of way to extend it if we choose. And I know that the developer's coming after the dock. I know it. You know what I mean? And thank you very much. So I inherited this voice, so I apologize. You don't want to know where. But it was a little over 18 years ago. on a beautiful Tuesday morning. So, I could give you an example. William Burns, who lives across the street from me, he's retiring. He owns the home and is going to be retiring here full time. His plan was to find a way to put a boat there for himself for his retirement. The problem with extending the dock and making the dock better is you could never get 29 slips. You could get 1 or 2 maybe. So what's going to happen with that? Like, I'm concerned.
I think my question more so relates to the issue that you have, that you're addressing, that you're saying that this development may exacerbate, which is the flooding. So you're
Okay,
saying
so
that
at the
there
end of
are-
the street,
Let me finish my
I'm
question.
sorry, I apologize.
So you mentioned that currently what you and a few residents around you do is you have the gasoline pumps.
Mm-hmm.
That seems more of like a Band-Aid solution to the real issue. What are you proposing? What plans do you have in mind to improve that? Because
Okay, so behind, there was at one time a swale on the south side of the street. It's been filled in. The swale has culverts that continue on to the Intracoastal that Boynton Beach probably installed at some point. I can't find a record of it, but it is there. And and it's been there for quite some time. It's 638 Lakeside Harbor. That house was basically destroyed by, I guess, a flipper or an investor who did all the work unpermitted, and he since has left. He filled in the swale with 3/4 crushed stone, and then he covered it. I believe his plan was to change his setbacks, By the way, while I remembered, the setbacks that they're proposing are about 5 feet from Lakeside Harbor. Everyone on the blocks has a 25-foot minimum setback. So are you opening up that to, we all can now build our houses out? I'm not saying you are. I'm saying I don't know. I, again, don't feel that this project works on multiple levels. The end of the street, there is some issues. And the reason those issues haven't been addressed on what's blocking the water is who owns that piece of grass. And that's been resolved. And just because it's resolved, everything takes money and finances and planning. And we're in the process of getting together on that and seeing what suits that part of the property the best. Is it a pump system? Is it a swale system? Is it something natural or something mechanical? And that's under discussion right now. And there are at least 7 that I know of and prepared to bring them forward, residents involved in that discussion.
okay, so I not to make a unilateral demand or anything, but a suggestion perhaps might be to have you open the door to have a conversation with the developer about what can be done, because again, this road is privately owned by your community, so we as a city, we can't step in to fix that road, but perhaps an agreement with the developer as they're coming in would be to see how they can help mitigate your flooding situation with the development that's coming in, because if they're going to go in through and repave the road, maybe a part of that repavement could be to help fix the flooding issue. I think that's the most predominant issue that stands out from what I'm hearing you say tonight.
Well, with all due respect, you're correct, but to get to that conversation, again, what's the plan with the 18 houses and Harbor K's embedment into Lakeside Harbor? Are they single and separate? Are they single Monday through Friday and Saturday or Sunday they own Lakeside Harbor? I don't know how else to break it down to you.
It's kind of the conversation that you're going to have with the developer, because we can't have that middleman conversation. And that's kind of where we're at right now. And so, Commissioner McCray, do you have another question?
I need to ask Lori, is Collins here? Because my question is going to be going for Collins. Is he here? Yeah. But can he step back in?
All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Mayor, just a reminder to the public that is speaking tonight is this is first reading and there is another opportunity to speak.
Yes. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Rohan Anderson, 617 Lakeside Harbor. I bought a house in 2012, and I've seen lots of rain since then. And my concern, just like this gentleman here who came, I think 3 years after, we would love to know that everything that they're saying is true. Now, I'm also in the construction business, and based on what I see, it's practical with the flooding, the way in which it's set up right now, the way the design is. The concern really is, my house is the very first house. That house is also a bigger lot than most of the lots. So I have the biggest risk of flooding. This gentleman is also a bigger lot as well, and he's 2 doors down. So I am the first to get flooded from that development. But I am here to say, from building perspective, it seems like it will work tying in with the city drainage as well. Now, as far as the swale goes, that house that was not permitted and did their work and then left, and it's an abandoned home, maybe the city should cite that house and maybe incur the cost and fine whoever it is there to put back the swale that they did incorrectly and without permits. That will also help with the water flowing. Now, as far as the end of the street goes, where the dock is, that tie from the railroad as well as the grass needs to be lowered. So it goes straight from the road into the water, into the Intracoastal. So we had a meeting, as the gentleman said, 5 of us were there, some of us weren't, and they did ask us things that were concerning. One gentleman who's immediately in front of me, his house is the oldest on the block and the lowest. Mine is the second oldest. And he was concerned about flooding because he's been flooded many times. But if based on what the numbers look like, he wouldn't have that problem from that perspective. He still has flooding from the other neighbor perspective because that is higher than his. So I understand that. But as far as from the property is concerned, I don't see my property being flooded once that development is in. And I'm the very first one there. Secondly, as far as the dock goes, the people who were there said, we do not want them to extend the dock. It's just one dock with one boat, no overnighters. And so far, nothing is said about extending the dock. So I don't think that's some real concern right now, that this dock is going to be extended, it's going to stay the way it is. The other thing that's concerned was the driving from the property to the dock. If the people at K will be driving their cars down there for sightseeing purposes or 4th of July activities, we're told no driving. They can walk to the dock. Now, 18 units, 4 people per unit, maybe 6 people per unit. That's a lot of people on one dock. So that's something that we need to talk more about. That's a concern that I have. Second thing I have a concern about with this development is security while it's being done. So we did address that, we did spoke about that. They're going to have a fence, a temporary fence while they're doing the development. And they're going to have security as far as I know. I can't speak for that, but that's what they said, that they might be having security so that no people will be venturing onto our premises while that is happening. Because there's the gate, you can walk around the gate. We don't want people just walking on the premises while construction is going on. I think that's it, but that's an investment that I had in 2012 as my retirement. So I also don't want to be flooded out. So I have the same concerns as most people here, but I'm convinced that based on what we heard on Friday's meeting, it will contain the flooding that exists today. They need to come in and tell us more about the roads, what they're going to do about the road. But as far as the end of the road goes, it just needs to be shaved down so that the water goes straight from the road into the Intracoastal without flooding and back up. I don't know if I've said anything else I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything, but that's my take on it. Thank you.
Commissioner McCray.
Wait, somebody else coming. Is he coming?
Yes.
Wait till I hear him.
Yes, hi. My name's Todd Bertozzi at 626 Lakeside Harbor. I just wanted to be on record about the flooding. I don't want to keep going into that, but I'm a 24-year resident of this house. And like they were saying, the charts are not the reality of the situation. A month ago, we had a day of rain, maybe 3 inches, okay? We were flooding. Okay, so I don't know how they're going to retain the water on their lot by just having a French drain and a catch basin. Water doesn't stop at the property line. There's a water table that continues on. When it reaches that level, it comes up. This whole area is a floodplain. Once it reaches that level, it comes up. It's not necessarily so much flowing. It's got nowhere to go but flowing towards the intercoastal. But once it reaches this level, it comes up. The water is not just going to stay on that lot. Somehow, this has to be connected into some sort of city stormwater system. You know, I'm not going to keep going on and on about this. I mean, the reason this is like this is the continued development and raising of the elevations. We're surrounded by elevations that have been raised from the original elevation of the properties. If you look around, everything was at a 6-foot elevation. You go down the street, they've raised it 4 or 5 feet. Water has a tendency to find the low spot. Now, you can't just look at this one spot. You have to look at the overall picture. The water is... I'm sure you're familiar with the Casa del Mar project to the north, as they raise that property up at least 5 feet. All the water just keeps coming up to the low spot, which is the next neighborhood to the south. So the same thing is happening here. How do we resolve that? It has to be connected to some sort of stormwater system. And we shouldn't have to, we shouldn't have the burden for this. We've moved in here, and when I moved in, I didn't have this problem. To the south, you have the, right here, they raised that up. That's when the flooding started getting excessive. The harbor is right here to the north of this the park right here. So basically, everything's converging on us. Everything goes up, and we stay the same, and the water comes to us. So that's my solution. It needs to be hooked up into some sort of city stormwater system. And I think they covered the other issues. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to tell the citizens, thank you for your comments.
Oh, we got
did.
someone else coming up.
One more.
Don't close me out yet.
All right.
My name is Mark Mahar, and I'm a common owner as well in the Lakeside Harbor area, our neighborhood, and I've been an owner now there for 17 years. I own the southeast parcel that abuts the project, and I have to say, on a very positive note, finally, we have a developer who's willing to improve the large parcel out to the west and is a great buffer to the busy federal highway, to include the buffer to the gas station. Who wants to see it? Another main big positive I see with this project is the reduction of units. For years, we thought we were going to be seeing over 24 units. Now it's only 18, and they have the ability to build 28. That's good news. That's good news for us as common owners. The size of the project. These guys can go up to 45 feet. They're only going to 35. That's good news for me too. I have the ability to go up to include everybody else on the street has the ability to go 30 feet above their graded elevation. That could be 35 above the street or more. I see that this project will add value to all of our properties on the street. I've been an owner here in Palm Beach County for over 35 years. I have several properties in Palm Beach County, to include here in Boynton Beach. And I just see it as a total plus. The drainage plan, it's been shared and demonstrated with the remaining community, those who decided to show up, and is considerable in capacity and appears to meet or exceed the code requirements. As a general contractor and an owner here in the state of Florida, I took a liberty to look into all that information, and it's readily available to all of us. The present vacant lot runs, when talking about drainage, the present vacant lot runs off down the street, yes, out into the shores of Lake Worth. This project's going to contain a lot of that water that's running across those properties. That's a beautiful thing. And as the presenter even shared, and the developer shared with us at the meeting last week, they intended to pursue and look into tying in, once it gets up to that water level mark that it can't contain it anymore, and tying into the FDOT gutter system and storm system. And they got approval for that. That's a beautiful thing. That's beyond the 3-year 100 plan and the 25-year plan. They're meeting or exceeding what's needed. One thing I have to say, everybody seems to be talking about their concerns about the dock and the road. Nothing can happen on this road unless each and every one of the owners, all common owners of the road, agrees that it's going to occur. Simple as that. Simple as that. And we're not going to allow things happening to the dock or the rest of the road unless we agree to it. So it's time for us as a community to join in this project. We have a developer that's willing to participate in improving the street and dock with the community. Didn't say that he's going to. He's willing to, with us. The oldest owner now on the street has been 25 years. John Yall, another owner, has been there almost 20 years. I've been there 18 years. I don't have a house presently on the lot, but I've been waiting. I've been waiting to build on the lot. Everybody else is the last 2 to 5 years, maybe 7 on one owner. We all bought into an existing flood situation. We all knew that it was there. We can't be ignorant to it. And we need to own it. And this project is not going to make our situation any worse, but possibly better. And that's a beautiful thing. The majority of our homes or home sites have been improved to date. And the improvements included raising the property above the FEMA requirements and to code. That's what exists. I have yet to improve on my property, as I said before, but will be required to do the exact same thing. It's code. If I build within the constraints of the 30, 35 feet, will not have to go in front of the board here because I'll build it within the code. That could be another issue to the next owner for the fact that they're not at that height. And there's only a couple remaining. And finally, as a common owner of the street in the neighborhood, personally, the only thing that I would like to see in addition to what is presently shared in the project is that I like to see more with the entrance. And I've shared that with the developer. And that is some more tiering and depth, something more grand and lush in the landscaping, so that we have all of a nice entrance that we can call home coming in. And the developer's willing to do something with that. That's all I have to say. And I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Anyone who has not spoken like an opportunity to speak? Seeing none, we're now closing public comments. I'll ask the board if they have any comments for the applicant. Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Not the applicant, but I do need to make my statements now. That's what I was holding off for. Colin, I'm glad to see you back. Okay, first of all, and the gentleman that just spoke last, I appreciate your comments because, he said that they all bought into flooding areas. The Intracoastal over there, we have having flooding constantly. I'm just saying, and so the city has been working together with different homeowners, correct me if I'm wrong, to alleviate some of these problems.
Yeah, that's correct. We have several projects on the public streets to correct some flooding problems on the public streets. Most of this is being caused by sea level rise. We're working with 7 other cities to develop codes and regulations to try to correct as much as we can. But yes, we do projects on public roads. This is a private road, so we really wouldn't be able to spend public money on it to correct it. But we certainly work with owners groups all the time to help them find solutions also. So we would work with them just like we work with anybody else.
Right, but appreciate your comments there. Okay, the next one is the abandoned home, he said, that has that went into easement that they went and covered up. I think somebody need to look into that and find out how did it get put in there. And was we at fault for letting it go in there, or what happened? If we can get them to correct that, that will catch some of the water. And I do feel the concerns about the different gentlemen that did speak, I'm just saying, but ever since I've been in Boynton, it's always been a problem on the Intracoastal. I do understand that. I'm glad that you got your pumps and everything, and I feel you. But I'm just saying, the last gentleman that spoke said this is going to be a plus. Hopefully, this will help you all alleviate some of the problems, and hopefully, Mr. Miller and his group, they can kind of tie in with you all and say, this is what we can do to make that better. Out of 10 homes over there, I think he said only 5 showed up, and I'm kind of concerned what happened to the other 5. I'm just saying, I'd have felt better if all 10 would have showed up and said the same thing, but then we got, 3 saying one thing, and we got 1 that said it's a plus to the community. I think I was here when we voted for that project. They have those 48 out there, so I'm just saying I probably was one of those culprits that said yes to that. So with all that being said, and hopefully, Bradley, you all can work with them, along with the city to see if there's some things that we can do swells or whatever. But I'm going to have to vote, tonight, like in favor of this project to move forward.
Vice Mayor Katz.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank all the speakers. We are tasked on a routine basis with approving developments, and to have all of you come and speak sincerely and speak entirely based on rational concerns, to me, was just impressive. There was no emergency, end of the world, this is going to destroy everything in our community. It was legitimate concerns that need to be addressed prior to approval of this project, so I appreciate your sincerity and your candor. With regards to the project, Mr. Miller, you had mentioned to me in passing when we spoke, and they've hinted at it too, or stated it, the potential to connect to FDOT or connect to the city sewer. What are the options there to try to address when you hit your maximum capacity of stored water to ensure that it does have access to an avenue to get out?
Sure. Actually, rather than me, Neil had conversation directly with DOT, so I'll let him answer that question.
The policy of the DOT, specifically the drainage engineer in District 4, which is down on Commercial Boulevard in Broward County. There's a young lady there named Georgie who's been with the FDOT for probably 20, 25 years. In a conversation with her last week, I asked her if there was any exemptions or relief for us to have an overflow into their system. The answer is yes, and the answer is they will not accept any water prior to the water reaching the elevation of the 25-year 3-day storm event. At that point, I asked her whether or not she would permit us to have an overflow into the existing inlet, a picture of which was shown to you earlier, and the answer is yes, she will, and we are planning to do the design so that that inlet will have an overflow from our property so that if we get the 25-year 3-day storm event, everything will be contained on site. Anything in excess of the 25-year 3-day storm event will overflow into the DOT right-of-way and also overflow the retaining wall that we have planned.
Okay, so I appreciate that response, and I like it because, again, the primary concern is obviously the drainage and the potential damage to adjacent properties. With that being said, if her word or whatever rules and regulations they're following where they were able to confirm that is available to you, is that something, and this might be a question for legal too, that we could put in as a condition of approval that that tie-in is necessary if this project is built? Assuming, again, I don't want to make you commit to something you don't know if you can do, but it sounded as though you were confident that they said that is an option. Is that something that, to the applicant or to legal?
Right, so I'll try to answer it. So in our code, if they do not have a connection to the DOT for over the 25-year, they have to hold the 100-year storm event on site. So we would be requiring that connection, and yes, that's our understanding of DOT rules, is once you hold the 25-year, 3-day storm on your site, the overflow can go to the DOT. So that's our understanding of the rules, so we agree with them that if they apply, we believe that it meets DOT's requirements. If it does not, then they'll have to come back and meet our ordinance and our codes to hold it on site. So either way, and that's already actually a condition in the plans. I mean, they have to meet one or the other, so it doesn't necessarily have to be added as a condition unless you choose to.
Okay. And then it might be a question for the residents. I don't know if you guys know this. One of the speakers, I think the last speaker, said that any changes to the common areas, the street, the dock, he stated that it would require, it sounded like he stated unanimous consent of the property owners. Is that true, that 100% of property owners on the street have to agree, otherwise a change could not occur?
Excuse me.
Come to the microphone.
You have to come to the podium. If you want to come to that one, yeah, that's fine.
According to the documents of the house that I purchased, that the other residents also have the same documents, you're not even allowed to touch Lakeside Harbor where they're building without a unanimous consent. But that obviously doesn't hold true. But in that respect, the rest of that statement's going to hold true. So according to the document that I bought my house, that I own, that I have with me, you cannot rip up Lakeside Harbor anywhere without approval of the other owners, but yet you still need approval. It makes no sense to me. You're not allowed to touch that street without all of us, according to the documents of the house I bought, which, in my opinion, don't really mean anything. So I bought something that I shouldn't have bought.
Well, so hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully what they can commit to do might assuage some of that concern. So one, if that's true, that makes me feel better, because in my head, if they have the majority of units and they come into the neighborhood and it was something like a majority rules, then yeah, they could unilaterally basically take over the dictating.
You think?
But, and I'd ask for clarification, I guess, from the applicant, or I don't know who could provide it on city staff or the applicant, but I'd want to verify those rules. I understand that if the impression was made that nobody could develop their property without unanimous consent, I assume that would run afoul of property rights. But the street and the dock and those concerns, if I want to make sure that that's the case, that, you know, if, like you said, if the developer's coming in and has these recommendations and it's being presented in a positive light, but that's not necessarily what the other property owners want, that restriction, if it holds true, means that they can't just do whatever they want, which means you will have the opportunity, each individual property owner will have the opportunity to say, this is what I would like to see on the street, if there's going to be any dock renovations or modifications. So I want to get clarification on that in between now and next reading, just to make sure we understand that the decision-making for the street improvements, the drainage on the street beyond the actual property of the applicant, and then the dock, any of that would be able to be vetoed by any one resident in the community, which would, I hope, address some of your concerns, because if you didn't like it, you would be able to exercise your vote to force some sort of compromise that you did agree to.
Well, I asked on the record here this evening, am I 129th? Am I 111th? Are the 18 included in the 11? Is it 120? I asked because I don't know, because once that happens, Who cares about what John has to say?
So
It's moot.
So what I'll request that if the applicant is fully aware of it tonight, or if not, by the next reading, because as the city attorney pointed out, whatever we vote on tonight, there still is a second vote 2 weeks from now that we could continue on that course, or we could pump the brakes if there was an issue. But if somebody could crystal clear convey to myself and the commission that the rules governing that street, that drainage on the street and that dock are what has been stated tonight, or if they're not, make clear to us what it is. Because that's a big concern for me, is like you said, that it's not one new property owner dictating those changes. It's not one new property owner taking control of the street. I would like those answers. I don't know if Mr. Miller has those at this time. If you do, by all means.
I can address it this way. There was I don't know the date, but several years ago, there was legal action taken down the street with, I think it was the two homeowners at the end of the street were, I'm going to get this confused, plaintiffs or defendants kind of versus the rest of the street. There's a whole legal document out there. I'm not going to claim I did read it, but it was a legal document that I don't want to claim that I understood it all. But prior to the next meeting, we will get that interpretation as to how that stands. From a practical standpoint, it was acknowledged at our meeting on Friday. In fact, Mr. Mahar suggested it. There is no association for the community. There will be an association. We're required through your codes to have an association for Harbor K. And so there's no association. Mr. Mahar brought up a good point at that meeting of maybe they should have one, the 10 homeowners, of how to deal with that. The applicant here would be a participant of that because of, I believe, because of this legal document and the access to the road. He's very much in favor of participating and trying to improve the drainage system. At the meeting on Friday, he said, have you considered it? What's held you back? And there was really no answer to that. The obvious one is probably a financial situation of what's it going to take. But one thing he has committed to me to say here tonight is that he will make the improvement on his own tab for the end of the road to where the railroad tie is and the grass area. That will be an improvement. The development itself is going to improve the whole drainage system through Neil's 35 plus years experience as a professional engineer. Your own staff needs to step up here, and they will through the permitting process to hold his feet to the fire. That's what they're there for. That's who you have to rely on to make sure they do it. And then we have the outfall location with the DOT, which we'll follow up on, and we can agree to a condition of approval to include that. I think there are some discussions with Mr. Dunmeyer and Neil earlier today about having that condition as part of the final reading with the site plan. So I think it's been addressed, and I will come back. We'll get better a legal interpretation of this. It was a judgment that summarized two other judgments. So once I got past the first judgment, it was above my legalese.
Okay. I appreciate the willingness to agree to the condition of approval, even though it seems like it's required anyway, but I do appreciate you doubling down on that. I definitely want as best a legal interpretation we can get of the rights of the existing property owners and the rights of the new development regarding the road and all that stuff. And I would certainly urge whatever those rights are, that even if somehow it doesn't turn out that everyone has veto power essentially by not voting, that there would be a willingness and desire to cooperate with them as far as what those improvements might look like. As far as the project as a whole, I do like the project. I think that, I was speaking to staff, that if you drive through Lake Worth right now, a lot of the infill that they're creating are townhouses because you get the additional square footage without needing the additional acreage. So it allows people to get more, more square footage, more room in a house without having to pay an exorbitantly higher price by acquiring the additional land. I'm in support of everything tonight. With respect to next reading coming back with a clear-cut legal interpretation, and if the legal interpretation doesn't appear to be what the existing homeowners believe, at that time I would request, and I don't know how we could do this or if we could do this, that your property owner would work with them and agree to make that the rule for the neighborhood. So if it's not, everyone has one vote and unanimous vote is necessary to do those changes. If it's not the case currently, I would urge that your applicant agree to incorporate that and work with those neighbors to make that so. I just want to protect their rights with regards to the common areas.
Vice
so,
Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you. Basically, a condition on approval, as long as the applicant approves it, it's binding. So as long as they agree to it, then it's binding. Commissioner Ramos, I know you had a question.
Yes, just in regards to a few other things that were addressed tonight, and I'd like to, of course, have it on the record, and if the applicant is willing to also just add that as a condition of approval, that way we know it's in writing and it's confirmed and it is going to happen. In regards to the security, I know that someone mentioned about security. I'd just like to hear for you stated again for the record what it is that you're going to be doing to address security and address the concerns about security both during construction and after construction on the property.
During construction, there's certainly going to be construction management. Actually, we haven't talked in any detail of what that security would be, but it would be typical to any construction site from a security standpoint. I would imagine that we're definitely going to have to keep the roadway open, or if we're working on the roadway, provide uninhibited access for those homeowners. After the construction, there's been discussion of having a security camera system. There was, in our discussion on Friday, we talked about the moving the gate to add to the security. The difficulty with that is that DOT requires the gate to be at least 100 feet back off the road, which would put us about midway into our project, so it's kind of exposed anyway. So we felt that it's better to retain the gate where it's at for the existing residents that are there, and our community then stays on the outside of the gate.
So since you're on the subject of the gate, that was my second question. In regards to the gate, what amendments or improvements will you be doing to that gate?
Well, the gate will actually be better than it is now. I think somebody mentioned that you can just drive around the gate, which you can today. But with the development, we have a wall that's going to be on our property line on that east side that's going to prohibit that along with the development itself. So the new gate will have to be tied into that wall. There's also going to be a pedestrian gate in there to allow the residents of Harbor Cay, and one of the concerns was parking at the end. At our meeting on Friday, which there was some, not all, that came to, the applicant committed to putting into his documents that you wouldn't be allowed to go drive down to the end and park there. If you want to drop off your kayak or something, you're carrying something, and get your car back, that's a different story. But to go down there and park and use it as a parking space, that's going to be incorporated into the association documents. So the gate is actually going to be improved. There was discussion about creating some entry feature that's going to kind of be an improvement to what they have there. So we'll continue working with them. We're going to have to. It's a community effort, and we're trying to express that we're willing to participate to improve not just Harbor Cay, but the whole community. One thing that I failed to, another commitment that he made was to not reconstruct, but to resurface Lakeside Harbor the whole length. So you don't drive in and you have a brand new surface roadway and then it turns into the roadway that exists. So that part of it will be resurfaced. So it's one consistent feel as you come home, whether you're a resident of Harbor Cay or one of the single-family homeowners.
And going off of that, from resurfacing the road that leads east into the rest of the private residences, would you be willing to sit down and have a conversation with those homeowners if they're willing to help address or alleviate some of their flooding issues, whatever that can be done to try to help them in those different parcels that are having constant flooding issues?
Absolutely. We will participate. We don't feel like it's our sole responsibility.
No, absolutely not. Just want to know if you're at least amenable to the
But we're
conversation.
willing to continue working with them and assist where we can assist that improves the situation. But overall, again, you're tired of me hearing about it, the project itself improves the situation.
Agreed. And my last comment is in regards to beautification. I believe that's one of the last things that one of the speakers mentioned. What are some of the things that you're doing for beautifying in addition to just building the project itself? But I believe you had some art features and other things that beautify the actual entrance. He was saying about like trees and landscape. What are you doing and what can you do to help with that?
There's perimeter buffer all the way around, which is a code requirement of trees and hedges around the entire perimeter of the property. Right at the entrance, one of the things we actually, in the beginning designs, had more green space there, but through staff comments, they wanted an additional walkway to come out. So there is a landscape that is adjacent to the roadway, between the roadway and the building, both to the north and to the south. And then the buildings that are on the west side have a sidewalk that leads out. And it's really for ADA, handicap accessibility requirements to have that access point. But there's landscape there. There is, I think staff reported about $35,000 towards a art feature, which is going to be just on the south side of the roadway. That will be there. That'll be available and beautify the roadway to the public. So it's that strip will have landscaping along it as well as the artwork. And just the improved roadway itself will be an up step.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you. Bradley, at your next presentation, can you bring me a copy of something about that gate? Because I want to know if it's going to be a gate that block off that road. How will the citizens back there already, residents already, will they get into it? I'm just saying, will it be
Details on the gate?
Pardon me?
Details on the gate system?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ty, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions at this time.
All right. My comments and questions is, one is regarding the art tax. I saw that it was going to be located near the pool, whether if the applicant wants to have it on his property or not. But I remember you saying that the pool was something that the city staff requested be part of the project?
Correct.
Is that,
And actually, the original design had a pool as well.
Okay.
The request was a larger pool.
Okay, because,
And a reduction in units.
The reason why is that you have, 7 units with pools. And so if someone wants to buy, have a pool, they have that option to do it versus not have to pay for the pool or an 18th of a pool. And so that's kind of, what I'm saying is that I would be, fine if it is towards a smaller pool, you get the extra parking space or another feature or a bigger clubhouse, in the sense is that, the pool isn't necessarily the same feature it once was, especially if there's no enclosure to get the mosquitoes out. from the Intracoastal. So that was one aspect of it. The king tide issue, I know that some of the neighbors were saying that, if the ground is at a king tide, there is no place for the water to go, and it's gonna be going all over the place, and that's one of the concerns that I have moving forward. And so I don't necessarily know if that studies that you've done, if you could give us some information regarding a king tide, what effect will that have, it being on the Intracoastal? And the last one is regarding security. We are trying to implement a real-time crime center with your property being located on Federal Highway. Was wondering if the development team would work with our police department to help make sure that we have a safer Boynton Beach with different security cameras on the property and overlooking Federal Highway, so that people coming into Lakeside Harbor Drive will be, accounted for. All right. Any other comments or questions from the board?
If I can respond to your art question at the beginning, I don't know.
I don't remember what it was.
I don't think the pointer is going to show it, but the location of the art, you can see right in the middle of the site, there's 2 trees on the north side. The art would be on the south side. No, I take it back. It'd be right in that location. Yeah, with those trees. So it's, to answer your question, he's willing to put it onto the site. I think that was your question.
Well, no, if he doesn't, that means it gets put throughout the city. And, the problem with it being in the middle of the site, it's great for all of the residents, and it's definitely added. But if there was a way to make sure, similar to Casa del Mar, you have that accent on the wall on the outside that makes it, something that when everybody comes in and out, they see it, or drives by, they see it.
Okay.
All right. Did we get a motion in a second?
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, this is for ordinance number 19-014. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
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 Aye.
May I have a motion to approve ordinance number 19-015.
Second.
May I have a roll call, please? Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Brings you to item B, which should be tabled at this time.
So moved.
Second.
It'll be tabled to the next meeting for...
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. These items tabled. Moving forward to item C, proposed ordinance number 19-004 and 19-005, second reading. May I have a motion to remove from the
So
table?
moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, the ordinances are removed from the table. Jim, may I have a reading?
19-004, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as Boynton Beach Mall and described herein, owned by Washington Prime Group, LLC, and others, changing the land use designation from development of regional impact to mixed-use low, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. And Ordinance 19-005, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to Policy 1.3.1B, Development of Regional Impact of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan to delete the Boynton Beach Mall DRI from the list of DRI classified sites, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
May I have the presentation? Oh, yeah. People are excited about what's going to happen with the mall.
So this is the land use amendment and a text amendment pertaining to the proposed changes of the Boynton Beach Mall future land use from the development of regional impact to mixed-use law. This is the adoption hearing for the item. The item has been reviewed by the state and returned to us with no formal comments. That means that has been vetted and we got actually quite a lot of encouragement from various agencies. So this is the ownership of the parcels. We have 6 owners. The 4 parcels constituting the largest part of the area are owned by Washington Prime, and the rest of them are owned by the Macy's, Dillard's, Florida, 215 Cinemas, and Christ Fellowship Church. Here's the short history of the mall when it's approved by the county as a development of regional impact. And 2 important dates. In 2008, property was reclassified to DRI flu category. The city has created the development of regional impact future land use category. And then the mall has reclassified to that category. In 2012, Christ Fellowship Church purchased Dillard Building, and in 2012, DRI order for the development have expired. Here you see the DRI future land use classification current. May I point out that that parcel in the southwest is the pine preserve that is part of the DRI, was part of DRI project, but it's not, it doesn't have the DRI land use classification, is classified recreational, and will retain that classification. Why have we decided why have we decided to do it now? Well, first of all, because of the expiration of DRI development order. Secondly, as you all know, the mall has been ailing for quite a long time. The assessments have gone down dramatically, and enclosed mall is no longer a retail mall, good retail model. We need a mixed-use future land use classification to have a successful development of the property, and that's what we are proposing. We hope that the owner of the mall will come with the developer for the rezoning together with a master plan sometime by the end of this year. Let me show you the map. So this is the new proposed classification. As you see, the property across the Congress Avenue, Boynton Village has the same classification already, and we, as the 2 other properties, the DRI development orders for 2 other properties expire, they will also acquire the mixed-use law classification. So if you have any questions, other questions about it that I have not. So this is that comprehensive plan text amendment. This is the comprehensive plan defines each DRI by the maximum and minimum intensity of development. In this particular case, the square footage of the local retail commercial of the retail development. May I say that by the time the DRI development order expires, it did not reach that maximum square footage that was approved and vested in the property. Again, that concludes my presentation.
Commissioner Ramos, yes.
Yes. So one of the things I didn't mention during my disclosures was that I recently attended a Advanced Institute for Elected Officials training hosted by the Florida League of Cities. And one of the main topics during the training and discussion was what to do with locations such as these malls, big box stores that have shut down, like Kmart and Sears, and where to go with it. And I really enjoy going to these trainings because one of the things that I always get out of it is that I always come back to Boynton, and I'm just so grateful that I'm here in Boynton, because we are light years ahead sometimes of some of these other communities that are just now getting to the point of figuring out, okay, what do we do with these empty box stores and these empty, thousands and thousands of retail square footage, and what do they do with it? So again, I do want to commend staff and the owners for taking the initiative to say, here's what we can do, here's how we can capture the future and make sure that we can continue to capitalize on the taxes that are generated from this space and continue to benefit the residents of Boynton Beach. So I'm definitely in favor of this, and again, kind of giving that perspective, or getting that perspective of seeing what other areas in the state are doing, and where they're just now catching up to realizing that they shouldn't be approving these types of retail space, and what they do with it now that they're left with these thousands and thousands of retail space that's just left there vacant for years and years and years. I commend our city and I commend our staff for just having that forward planning to make sure that we can capitalize on these things. So thank you.
I have a question regarding the mixed-use low designation. That's for 45 feet and 20 units per acre.
Yeah, that's for 20 units per acre. That's correct.
The fact that it's part of the mass transit system of the Palm-Tran, are we allowed to increase the density to mixed-use medium with the MU2 designation?
We have not considered this. That would be considerably higher in terms of density, intensive development that has been thought through. But we have started, but we sort of have not considered all the possibilities. We have started to talk about the Congress Avenue redevelopment plan. So as we start that redevelopment plan, here's Amanda to talk about it.
Okay.
We may possibly consider some changes to those properties, but for the time being, I'm not sure.
Good evening, Amanda Basile, Principal Planner. We are just approving the land use. Under the land use, there are two different zoning districts that correspond with that land use. We have MU1, which you see on the east side of 95, which is limited to the 45 feet. Or we have the suburban mixed use, which is similar to what is across the street in Congress. The Renaissance Commons and the villages have been designed at that, so they do allow for more height. It's just a little bit more of a suburban feel, so it still allows for some surface parking. So it does have the same density, but it's designed a little bit differently.
So it allows for bigger height and surface parking. And so that's kind of where, do we currently still have the SMU on our books?
The zoning district. So the names have changed a little bit. There is a zoning district.
So that's what I'm saying, is that we're putting it as mixed use low
Land
is the
use.
land use, where if we put it as mixed use medium, are you saying we don't have the SMU designation or the MU2 or MU3 designation?
SMU coordinates with mixed use low.
So if
And that's consistent with some of the other redevelopment already on Congress.
and how long ago was that implemented?
SMU, how long ago was the bill?
Probably 2 years ago.
More than that. Was it before
2
me?
3 years ago, I think. Mixed use low.
No, he's asking SMU. It was before I got here, and it's been 5 years. So.
Okay, thank you. So, the concern that I have is that if we need to table this so that we get it right the first time, because I don't want to have to do this all over again for, a developer saying, hey, we need mixed use, too, where we want to get the 65 feet similar to what is on Renaissance Commons Boulevard.
Oh, no, SMU is the zoning district, and this is the proper designation for that zoning district. So they will get that height. It's a difference between height and density. So
Right.
it is the 20 Renaissance is 20 units per acre maximum, and it does have the height of 65 feet.
And so because of it being, the question that I have is that it's 4 different property owners, and you can't necessarily lend someone else's property for that, zoning. So if, the mall wants to build, what is more units than 20 units per acre to get to that SMU designation, they can't do that.
Yeah, the mall will be coming through with a master plan to work through some of that. The mall owner has been coordinating with some of the other owners, but all of that will be dealt with that master plan and that zoning designation.
Yeah, so
one more comment. We are now in the middle of the update of our code to be consistent with the CRA plan. So we're looking, one of the things that we're looking is actually the heights for the SMU and MU1. So, but then it will be a while before we get that master plan. So we will bring it to you at the, it will go to the Planning Development Board in May, so we'll bring it to you in June. So you may have that question resolved at that time.
So my question is, are we prohibited from putting it as a mixed-use median?
the answer is
no.
The answer is you can set it what you want to set it at.
Yeah.
We're recommending the mixed use low because it's a large piece of property, and with a combined master plan, which is what the owners are proposing. They're proposing to come in with a large a consolidated master plan. The density of 20 units is going to be plenty for everything they want to do. And the height is the second zoning district within that land use. We're not doing the zoning right now because we're waiting for that master plan to come in, and then we'll look at it.
So if we get it more, so if we put it at mixed-use medium, and they say, hey, we only need 19 units per acre, are they not allowed to build it then?
No.
So the mixed-use districts have both minimums and maximums, so I'd have to check to see if they'd be permitted to. But I think it's important to see what kind of product we want out there and what's consistent with the fabric of Congress. What we are doing there, if you want to see more like Renaissance Commons, if you want to see more of some of the new development that's out there, this is the land use that permits that. So I don't want you to feel like you have to go to a mixed-use medium or a higher density in order to achieve that.
I mean,
The densities, that's a lot of density. Some of our densities in our downtown aren't meeting 50 units per acre.
Oh, no, that is our downtown.
No.
That's the point. It's not being utilized to that level. And so that's kind of where I'm at is that, talking about it with future developers, because I don't just see it as residential, I see it as commercial opportunities as well, and having that height and that density is what is needed, because with the mixed-use medium, you're going to 65 feet for commercial, not just residential, which I'm guessing SMU is.
No. So if you look across the street, it allows for the 65 feet, it allows for the commercial. Commercial would be required on that site. If you look right across the street, how, so if you look at across the street, how they have the liners of the commercial.
But that's what I'm saying, is that, are we keeping the SMU in the code for future development?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because all of the plans that we've done for the CRA, I've never seen it before.
It is not allowed within the CRA. So the CRA plan doesn't have any of the SMU as a zoning district. It only has MU1. Outside, SMU is only on Congress Avenue and outside of the CRA, so that's why you're not seeing it there.
Land development regulations for our CRA and for our non-CRAs part of the city.
You have different planning documents. They are both in the LDRs.
Okay.
Also, in the Boynton Village, you do have opportunity to have 75 height building if they're surrounded by lower building to have that shape.
Correct.
But that would be a conditional use. That would have to go through the public hearing.
My whole thing is that I would rather try to incentivize more development and density rather than getting because from what I've had with the negotiations and everything is that whatever we ask for the maximum in the master plan, it never goes that way. And so that's kind of why, I'd ask the commission if they would want to do it for the mixed-use medium, or take staff's recommendation. Nay, because I'll take your motion. Yes.
No, not a motion. Just for clarification, my only thing is if we're going to do anything that mandates a higher density and a higher height, I would like to have all the information in terms of a study done on the capacity for Congress, because we already know that Congress is just a zoo, especially during certain times of the day. So any addition of height or whatever we would be doing would have to accompany some type of study to make sure that we know that we're not going over the limits, or that there are plans to improve and widen or whatever there may be, if anything, for Congress.
Well, one more thing
And the
that
adjoining streets, not just Congress,
Sorry.
but Boynton Beach Boulevard, Gateway, all of that.
Yeah. One more thing, if you decided you would like to propose the mixed-use medium, we go back to the drawing board. We go back we have to send it to the state for review. It will be transmitted.
Then I'll
hearing.
withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner McCray.
I'm in favor of staff recommendation because this is what we submitted to the state.
Right.
All right.
That's correct.
All right. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
May I have a roll call?
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Katz.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Proposed ordinance number 19-005. There's two ordinances.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. On to items 8E through I. Now, this is not an ordinance, so we will, if the applicant would like to, I'll read them all out, and then if the applicant would like to go it one by one, or we can do it in a group. You okay with them being grouped together? Items.
Yes, please, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right,
Bonnie Miskell
so-
on behalf of the developer.
Item 8E, approve major master plan modification for Boynton Beach Town Square to amend the number of allowed dwelling units, revise project phasing, add a shared parking study, revise the proposed use of Building B, increase the number of hotel rooms, and to add additional height to Building C. Item 8F, approve major site plan modification for Town Square Phase 2 in order to construct a 261-unit apartment building that wraps the southern garage approved in the Town Square Phase 1 site plan on a 3.94-acre site. 8G, approve height exception for Town Square Phase 3 in order to allow the proposed architectural elements to exceed the 75-foot maximum permitted by code and to allow a maximum height of 87 feet and 9 inches. Item 8H, approve community design appeal for Town Square Phase 3 from Chapter 4, Article 3, Section 6F, off-street parking area standards, which requires facades of parking garages that front an arterial collector roadway to be wrapped with habitable space. Item 8I, approve major site plan modification for Town Square Phase 3 in order to construct a 200-unit apartment building, a 104-unit age-restricted apartment building, 8,512 square feet of retail restaurant space, 11,030 square foot of retail space, and an 875 parking space garage on a 4.10-acre site. Would you like to begin?
Good evening.
Excuse me.
But before you do,
Yes.
Go ahead. and
no,
get
sir,
your-
you go first.
Right, thank you. My take is that I want to know even before we start, when this Town Square project came before us, and I voted for this, I hope somebody could touch and tell me when and where did we miss all of this that we're doing now?
I think that will be part of the presentation.
Yeah, it'd be part of the presentation,
So-
but I want to make sure that it will be noted that that is my concern.
Commissioner.
Mayor, please. I know we're down the road. I'm not going to vote against the project, but I want to know, and I'm still going to say, when and how did we miss this? I'm just saying, tell me what happened We're down the road. We cannot stop the project. I'm not going to stop the project, but I want my question addressed. Thank you.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Commissioner McCray, I had that same question. We will get a chronology of the developers' meetings with staff, if I'm not mistaken, when
Mayor,
requesting
excuse
staff.
me, I didn't know you had the same meeting, but when I was making this comment, please don't let me finish my statement, then you can take over, okay, and say what you have to say. But I was interrupted, and I want to know the chronological order, however you want to give it to me. I want to know when and where we missed it.
Before anybody on this side of that table speaks, I need to swear them in. So anybody who intends to testify on these quasi-judicial proceedings, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And let me just also clarify that E through G will be part of the applicant's initial presentation, and staff will be taking the lead on I.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, Bonnie Miskell. I'm pleased to present this evening on behalf of JKM Developers items related to the site plans for Phase 2 and Phase 3. I believe staff is going to handle the master plan component of it, and we will certainly address your concerns, Commissioner McCray. So let's get moving here. All right, so we'll first start with the Phase 2 building. We are here today to present the site plans. This is the site plan component of the overall development, and as you are very well aware, my client is the private development partner within the Boynton Town Square project, and so we're only going to be specifically speaking as to the private development component here. So Phase 2 is a 5-story, 62-foot height maximum residential building with 261 dwelling units, including a leasing center and interior and exterior private amenities. And I'm going to go into some graphics in more detail, but we're going to generally summarize the requests of the applicant this evening. The new development site plan for Phase 3 includes 2 buildings and a parking garage structure. There's a central building, which is a 6-story, 60-foot 9-inch height maximum age-restricted building, 55 and older, and I'll clarify that in a minute. 104 age-restricted dwelling units, leasing center with interior and exterior private amenity spaces, which we'll point out in the graphic, and 8,512 square feet of restaurant. There is a north building, which is a 7-story, and there's a corresponding application that I'll also go into. 7-story, 87-foot, 9-inch maximum height residential building with the height exception, which is a corresponding application, which we'll go into. 210 dwelling units, a leasing center with interior and exterior private amenity spaces, and 11,000 square feet, 11,030 square feet of retail. And then also as part of the Phase 3 is a parking garage structure. It's 7 stories, 75-foot height maximum, 878 spaces, 223 of which are valet. There are 2 corresponding applications associated with these site plans. One is a request to permit architectural elements to exceed the 75-foot height maximum per the code, which would result in a maximum height of 87 feet 9 inches for the Phase 3 north building, and I will show you specific elevations that will highlight that. I'd like to footnote here that the additional square feet between the 75-foot code height maximum and the 87-foot 9 is not occupiable space. It's all architectural embellishments, towers and parapets to have varying elevations to make the building look more interesting, and you'll see that in a minute. And then we've also applied for here a community design plan appeal also within the Phase 3 component. It's a request for relief from the requirements of Part 3, Chapter 4, Article 3, Section 6 of the City of Boynton Beach City Code, which prohibits parking garages from fronting on arterial or collector roads. Essentially what that means is your code encourages or requires developers to wrap a garage so that it's not visibly seen. This is a very small section of the parking garage, and we've embellished and expanded what the elevation looks like in order for it to essentially be
Which
hidden.
parking garage? Because there's two.
This is the parking garage between the north and central building, and I'll show you that as well. I have some graphics here. Okay, so we'll start with the Phase 2. This is the site plan for Phase 2. You will note in the middle is one of the parking garages, which is part of Phase 1. This parking garage will be constructed, obviously. It's in for permitting today. It will be constructed prior to Phase 2 being commenced, and this is intended to serve both the city buildings, public buildings, as well as the 261 residential units that will be constructed within Phase 2. Phase 2 is 5 stories, 62-foot height maximum. It includes some recreational areas that are shown on the plan. We have a pool as well as a park-like area. There are also 32 surface parking spaces within Phase 2 serving the 261 units. But the balance of the parking is within the parking structure that is to be constructed with Phase 1. There you go, the Phase 1 800 space parking garage that had previously been approved and is being shown as approved. There's the Phase 2 and the rec areas.
Is there any sort of bridge to,
Across
the
Southeast First Avenue to the public buildings?
No, well, that'd be one, and then to the other buildings?
Oh,
Or is it
I don't believe there are, Jim and John, we don't have bridges that are connecting the parking structure to the, I can go back. Not on Phase 2. So there's no part, Amanda just clarified, but we have no bridges connected.
No, but there's interconnection.
It's in between on the south side. Okay. So on this structure, the answer is no bridges. But the most southern facade of the building, and the parking garage that connects with the building, that blue strip, that is actually attached to. So there'll be direct connections within the very southern strip of the building. Okay. And now we're going to start showing you some elevations. This is the southwest elevation coming up. The architect has done a beautiful job with elevation changes, varying peaks, and has used colors very nicely with this project so that you do not have one big monotonous looking building. Many variations in this building as noted in that elevation. Now this is the southeast side. Again, lots of symmetry here, but use of multi-tower-like structures, facade changes, and color changes within the elevation to make it more interesting. And now we're going to show you the Seacrest frontage side, the west side. This is the west side. This is what you'd be looking at as you're driving along Seacrest. And then this is on Southeast First Street, if I got that straight. Again, color changes, roof line changes, parapet changes to give it variation. And now this is the portion of the buildings that are interior and facing some of the public spaces. This is on the northeast corner, and you can see where one of the entries into the garage is. And the next one will be the northwest corner. Again, very much like what you've seen. Color changes, material changes, roof line and parapet changes. Okay, and now we're going to go into the Phase 3. So we talked about the two buildings with a parking structure in between them. This is the structure that we're asking for some relief on, only as the portion that fronts the roadway. So the north building is also, it's a mixed-use building here, 210 apartment units with leasing centers and interior and exterior space to serve the building, 7 stories, an overall height of 87 feet 8 inches, and 11,030 square feet of ground level retail. And then we have also in phase 3, the central building, which includes the age-restricted units, 104 of them, 8,512 square feet of ground level retail or restaurant, again, and this is a 6-story building, maximum 70 feet 7 inches. So on the north building, that's where we are asking for the relief. And I'm sorry, didn't want to leave out the parking structure. And this parking structure is also part of phase 3 to serve the north and the central buildings, 878 spaces total, 223 of which are valet, 7 levels. Okay, we've got rec serving both buildings, both interior and exterior spaces. Okay. And these are some elevations. This is looking at the south side of the central building. This is the facade, and again, we have ground level commercial with upper level residential. This is looking at it on the east side, and very consistent and compatible with the other elevations within phase 2. This is looking at the north building from the east elevation. Again, comparable colors. The point I'd like to make, and I mentioned previously, the request for the additional height, again, is not to serve to increase the occupiable space, but it's really to provide for some of those tower and parapet elevations that make the building look less flat at the highest level. And that's entirely what it is limited to. And if you look at the lower elevation here, and it's hard to see the line, but you can see the line where the 75 feet is, and it's all roof level improvements, whether it's improved and detailed parapets or tower-like elements on the ends. That's exactly why we're asking for that additional elevation. Okay, and now we're going to get to the garage, which brings us the other relief that we're seeking. So the 125 feet on the east side is the area that we're asking for some relief. Again, your code requires local corridors and arterials to not have any garage elevations or facades facing them without seeking a waiver of some sort. So this is the 125 feet that we're seeking relief of. What the architect did here, and they did a great job, for if someone didn't tell you that that's a garage that you're looking at on the screen, you wouldn't know. It has shutters, it has the color changes, it has fenestration on the face of the building, it has tower changes in the roofline elevation, which is not typically found on a traditional garage. And so in an effort to mitigate the 125 feet, because there was no way of avoiding it, frankly, a portion of that garage had to run up along the street. And so this is what the architect did in order to make it consistent and compatible with the other elevation that you're going to find in this project. The back of the building, and by the way, the next two elevations I'm going to show you are your traditional garage-like elevations, and you can see a huge difference between the upper and the lower picture. But the lower picture is hidden by other buildings. In this instance, it's ultimately going to be hidden by the hotel improvements that are done to the northwest of it. So it's not required to have the same level of detail on the facade. This side will also be screened by the hotel, partially anyway. This corner, the last arrow that just came up, is about the only part of the building that isn't entirely hidden by other improvements, because the city's public buildings are just lower in scale and they don't screen it sufficiently. And what we can do here is we can add significant landscaping, because it's a very small section of the garage, to screen it. It doesn't really reflect it, but we certainly can do it here. And this is just another facade. This is the 87-foot elevation on the east side, the north building on the east side. And as you can see, It has the same types of features that we've incorporated into the other buildings, both the central building and the south buildings, as far as the treatments, the towers, the parapet elements, and the color changes and the facade changes. And again, you can see in this graphic the commercial treatment on the street level and how it is different from the rest of the building, making the building also interesting. There's the 75-foot line that I talked about. So you can see what the add-ons are and how it makes the building so much more interesting and appealing from street level or from a bird's eye view, frankly. So again, the additional 12 feet 9 inches is for parapet roof tower elements and architectural details. It's not additional habitable space above the 75 feet. And it is only on the north building. It is not on the other two buildings, which are well under the maximum required. Again, this is the portion of the parking garage that we're requesting relief from Chapter 4, Article 3, Section 6, prohibiting structures from fronting arterial or collector roads. It's for a very small section of the parking garage, and they have embellished it with the fenestration significantly and improved it with both landscaping and color changes. And there is something that I should note. There is a living green wall attached to the garage to make it further interesting, which we're pretty excited about. We think it will work very well in this location. I've already talked about that. We've talked about that. And the other point I'd like to make, the garage is well under the maximum height, but what we also did on this facade is we changed the roofline elevations to further minimize visual impacts from having the garage fronting on a street. It just really doesn't look like a garage. And these are some of the roofline treatments, the parapet changes, the shutters, and the window treatments that mimic real windows. And then textured stucco areas, including color changes, which you'd find typically in office and other residential uses in town and within this project. And then the green living wall, the vegetation wall. Your staff has done an incredible job. I've mentioned this to some of you before, but I've been practicing and doing land use and zoning for 28 years. I have never seen a public-private partnership work as well as this one in all my years, and I've been involved in a few of them. It's a very difficult challenge because government looks at their buildings and improvements in a very different way. Yours is to satisfy necessary items for your community, while developers, it's more profit-driven. And so it's very hard for there to be compatibility and consistency in the mindsets when you're going forward with a development. Your staff has been incredibly talented in connection with the public side of this, and we only hope that you'll agree that the private sector and our consultants have given you the same level of attention and detail on the private side. In any event, we'd like to thank them and thank you for your attention. All of the team is here to speak. Mr. Markey is here in particular, but we're here and happy to answer any questions. And we haven't forgotten Commissioner McCrae's questions, which I think we'll all get to after the city has had a chance to talk about the master plan changes, which they're up next. So I'm going to turn it over to Amanda, but we will stand by.
Good evening, Amanda Basaley, Principal Planner. As you guys are aware, there is an existing approved master plan for this site. It does encompass the entire town square site. So from Boynton Beach Boulevard all the way down to 2nd and from Seacrest all the way through 1st. This is the approved master plan as seen previously. Phase 1 which was already approved and through site planning, has no revisions. So all of our public amenities, including the 3 included parks and the City Hall building, the old high school and the Children's Museum, have no revisions to it. To the private portions, there are revisions to Phase 2, 3, and the newly added 4, and I am outlining some of them here. The first section is in the density approvals. The southern building was approved originally with 225 units. That has now been revised to 210. The northern building was approved with 280 units. That has now been revised to 261. The hotel, located in the corner, was approved with 120 rooms. It is now being revised to 144 rooms. And the last revision doing with density and uses has to do with the central building. That was approved at 250 units, and it is being revised to 104 age-restricted units. So that changes our totals. So previously we had 705 units on the property, which is a density of 47 units per acre. And the revisions give us 575 units with a density of 38.2. The other portion of the changes has to do with the heights. Originally, the northern buildings were approved at 99 feet and 80 feet. Those have both been reduced to 75 per the base zoning district. And the southern building, the southern residential building along 2nd Avenue, is requesting an increase. So it was approved at 50 feet and is now requesting 62 feet. There were no changes to the City Hall or the hotel. The last revision has to do with the phasing. Phase 1, again, has not changed. Phase 2 has not changed. Phase 3 originally included the 2 buildings you saw today, the parking garage you saw today, and the hotel. The revision to this is the exclusion of the hotel and creating a 4th phase, which would just include the hotel. The other modification to the master plan is the inclusion of a shared parking study. There was not one included originally. Now that the uses have been outlined, one was required. The site will now be providing 1,787, if I could see that correctly, parking spaces. There is an included 10% buffer that was added. And the parking is divided up between the garages, valet, surface, and on-street parking. Staff has reviewed this, and the revisions that they are requesting is in compliance with the zoning regulations. Staff is here to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions, or did they answer your question?
So I'll close on that question to answer the sequence of events. So the original master plan you see was approved, and I don't have the date. It was
Colin, don't worry about
8 or
it.
9 months ago. So it was approved based on very conceptual plans by the private developer and 30% plans that the city had. So all of those numbers you saw were based on those set of plans. So the developer had 5% plans. Basically, they had some sketches, and so they reviewed these numbers. They agreed to the numbers in the original master plan. The city then moved forward with Phase 1. We brought you back individual site plans for Phase 1, and that was several months, that was 4 months ago, that you approved Phase 1, which was the City Hall library, it was the parks, and it was the south parking garage. So we went through this same exercise where we presented that information to you as the city, because that's the city buildings. And there were some minor changes, although nothing that would change the master plan. So the city's project, because it was further along in design when we set the master plan, we didn't have to change the master plan. Then the private developer started working on Phase 2 and Phase 3. As they started with their design, they made changes to their plan. A master plan is required because we're trying to tie all this development together into one development, so all the pedestrian works together, the roads work together, and everything else works together. When they started doing their design, when they submitted it, they had some changes from the 5% plans to the 60%, 70% plans they were doing. They made some changes. Some of those changes staff reviewed and said, no, you can't do that. That's outside the plan. Some of them you could. And we went through that process. It takes about 3 months to go through that process where staff works with them. So we received those. So phase 2 we received in October of last year. We reviewed that. There was a change on going from 4 stories to 5 stories along Southeast 2nd. That was a change. So there was a height change there. We started reviewing that. They made some back and forth changes to the plans to make it compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. And then in February 12th, actually December 7th, we received phase 3. They did not have the senior, the 55
age restricted.
The age-restricted of 55-year-old age-restricted apartments at the time. It just had the units. So we started reviewing that. We did not receive the parking study then, so we were requesting the parking study. We received the parking study in February that showed some things that weren't going to be allowed in the zoning, so we turned that back to them and said, those aren't going to be allowed in the zoning district, so you need to revise these things. So they came back to us March 18th with a revised parking study, which then included, March 18th of this year, which included the age-restricted units in the parking study. Staff reviewed that, and we actually worked really hard to get it on the March 26th Planning and Development Board. It should have been pushed to April, but because we're a partner with the private developer, we pushed that forward onto the March so we could move it forward. The private developer asked us to move this as quick as possible through the process, so we've been working with them. So the reason the changes happened is because when we first set the master plan, the private developer only had like 5 or 10% plans. As he went into his further planning, things changed in his buildings and the way he was going to design them. They'll have to answer what drove those changes because we're just responding to those changes that they gave us. So to answer your question, was things missed? No, it wasn't missed. It wasn't far enough along. This project was started with the understanding is as we do individual site plans, there would be changes that would happen within the zoning. So none of these changes except for the 2 exceptions they're asking for, which is the height exception on the north building and the north parking garage facade facing the fire station. Those are the only 2 things that are outside the existing zoning. So everything else fits within the existing zoning, but the master plan is set much more specific. So we have to change the master plan to address some of the changes the developer has proposed. So hopefully that answers your question a little bit better.
I don't feel good about it, but anyway, thanks for trying.
Okay.
Anyway, I'd like to say to the developer, okay, I feel where you're coming from because I studied your plans, okay, and the pericope that you put on the top of your garage building and stuff, I think it's fantastic. I think you did a great job. Thanks for coming back in. Like I said, the project is too far down the road. I'm not going to say no because I'm just saying we need to go ahead and move Boynton forward, and that's what I'm here for. I just want to tell you thank you for a great job for doing that. Colin don't know what he's talking about. I'm with you all, so we're good, okay? I'm ready to move forward. Thank you.
That's what I'm
9:30, we lost it.
He lost it when he walked in here.
Any other questions? So I guess I will ask the developer what drove those changes from the original master site plan to what we got now.
Well, I'm going to start, but I'm pretty sure John's going to have to get up since I wasn't with them at the beginning. But as Colin mentioned, when the original master plan was done, first of all, they were working with an older survey, and they had plans that were about at a 5% level to where you need them to be able to make finite decisions. So as you're trying to fit what you want to put on the project, it doesn't always fit neatly and nicely. You actually have to tweak here and there.
So Bonnie, here's the disconnect, is that you're saying we and us, but us as the commission, this is the first time we're hearing of it. We didn't hear it before planning and zoning. Anything that staff reviewed, they didn't let us know what they were reviewing. So that is where, I have that disconnect because staff didn't let us know until now, until I got the letter, because I own property 400 feet away, that we are doing this for our town square. For the master plan study, we had multiple hearings to approve that master plan so that we got the public's input for what we wanted in the master plan. And as you saw, we are losing over 10 units per acre, or 9 units per acre, which for the 16 acres ends up being a lot of units. The reason why, we feel that we were left out is because staff and the private developer were doing that. Staff was the public and developer was the private. However, us as the governing board wasn't included in that discussion of any sort of changes, and we don't necessarily have that second hearing to say we want a better job.
Understood. And again, I wasn't present in the beginning, but I will say that the revisions that have been made are for the following reasons, and John will pipe in if I miss them. First of all, some of them are market-driven. This is now months after you had the opportunity to sit here before and talk about the specifics of the project. That's part of it. Some are cost-driven because the construction costs and labor costs have gone up so significantly since this was originally presented to you that I talked a little bit earlier about the profit-driven. It's not entirely profit-driven, but we have to be mindful of the fact that it is related to profit as well. And construction costs are out. They've just been blown out of the way. And so that's part of it. And the other part of it is not having sufficient materials at the time that we could give you the level of detail that we needed to give you. We are here this evening with a master plan amendment, so obviously we want to hear what you think. We're interested in it. And the changes that were made were really made in the spirit of staying within the four corners of the page. We're not going way out there, but the reason I asked Amanda to put this slide back on the screen is when you look at the tweaks, they're not, in the development world, they are really not that significant, with perhaps one exception, and that's the age restricted. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that, because I think there is a little bit of a question mark as to what does that mean. And it is not an assisted living facility. It is not a nursing home. And I'm 55 and older, although I don't admit that to many people. But I still walk. I even jog occasionally. We're active. We're looking to be in urban areas. That's what I'm speaking for me, but I think I can speak for him too. That's what we needed in this development that hadn't been presented to you before. So certainly I respect what you're saying, Mayor, and you're right. You probably should have heard about this 2, 3, 4, 5 months ago. We were certainly not interested in keeping this information from you because we always knew we'd be coming back to you to talk about it. But I think the reasons for the changes are exactly what I just described. And in the end, it's for the betterment of not just, the private, but the public part of it, because if they build something that can't succeed, you're going to have dark space, and that's not to anyone's benefit. It's certainly to the detriment of the city. But, we certainly are amenable to coming back and making modifications. If there's something that you're seeing that just rubs you in the wrong way, or you feel that it could be tweaked better, we certainly have the ability to come back and modify that.
Well, thank you. And so, Boynton Beach does have the age-restricted communities already, with Leisureville, Sterling Village, community, was it Seagate, Colonial Club, High Point. So, we do have a reference point of 55 and older, and so that's kind of where I'm looking at it as only one of the commission qualifies on this board.
Excuse me.
For,
now he still has some good life left.
And so that's the other aspect of it is that, we wanted this to have workforce housing. And, workforce housing, just like affordable housing, is subsidized housing. And I am aware of that. And, I don't know if the developer, sought the government subsidies. I don't think they're going to get money from Sandowski. But, the CRA, the county, both has those different impact fees, tax credits. As the CRA, we have the tax incremental funding available so that we get the best product. It's very interesting how much money the developer is going to have to spend to make the parking garage not look like a parking garage when everyone knows it's a parking garage, where you saw West Palm Beach just paint on it Dream Bigger, on that huge city parking garage. And it's kind of in the sense is that we're losing, units or, construction value because we have to work on aesthetics. And that's something that, staff may have a different subjective view than the commission. And, that's kind of why I didn't want to meet with you beforehand, because, the project's already been finished and finalized after it goes to the P&D board. It's not in the senses that we have the ability to really, make the changes because there isn't a second reading of the site plan.
And again, I think, first of all, I do think that we have an opportunity after this meeting to meet with Mike Simon or any other agency in order to set aside some of these units as workforce units. It's not been designed that way, but we certainly have the ability to do that. And if there are ways to ascertain some of those subsidies, they certainly can accommodate that. But as far as making modifications to the plan, this is a partnership, and my client really is motivated in making everybody happy. I mean, obviously, you can only do what you can do, but we have some opportunities.
My other question is that we are asking for a reduction in the density on the master plan. Is that correct?
It is a change in the total number.
Because,
that is correct.
The aspect of it is that if there is I remember with Cortina, they asked for a site plan modification without changing the master plan so that they could get the density in later. Are we required to amend that master site plan to get this new, amend the master plan to get this new site plan in? Is, I guess, a question for staff. Or?
Hi. So the reason that the reductions are shown on the master plan is because this master plan includes a shared parking study with specific unit counts. So in order to leave the capacity of density on the master plan, there would have to be the equivalent capacity in parking, and their parking study doesn't show that at this time.
And so it boils down to a little bit about parking regarding the density. And so it's...
If the capacities in the parking, you can show capacity and density. They just have to be tied together. We can't allow more units without allowing availability of parking.
And so in order to change the site plan, we're going to have to redo the master plan for any increase in parking available.
Increase in units?
Well, it's, yes, increased density of units, we have to increase the density of parking. And because of the way that our code reads, we can't allow for the extra density in the master plan because we don't have the parking available.
Can allow additional density in the master plan if it meets code. You would just also have to allow additional parking on the site.
Can we do that?
So the current parking delineation would not allow the increased density. We would have to add decks, and our decks are at the maximum height right now. But it's not impossible. We'd come back and ask for a modification.
And so the other thing is to increase the age restriction for one of the other buildings. Is that a possibility?
Increase the age I'm not sure I understand what you're where
Well, you're
going.
asking for one of the smallest building to be age restricted rather than the north or the south building.
That's correct. So the building that the age restriction is in would have been the smaller building, yes.
That's the question is that
So
if,
you're saying move it to a larger building and have more age-restricted units?
and then we can have increased density.
Well, it's certainly something they haven't had an opportunity to review it, so we'd have to come back with that. I don't think my client is opposed to it. We could do it through a modification.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let John speak, just in case I speak.
Good evening. For the record, John Markey. I think most of you know me, that I'm the private developer. I'd like to answer your question more specifically. Your staff, and certainly most of you know that we are forever conceptually designing different buildings and designing them to a certain underwriting. We've done that on every one of these private sector buildings. I think we've done every one of these buildings as hotel or some portion of hotel. We varied all of the amounts of retail and office in them. We've moved the age restricted from building to building. We've already done those designs. And as we're doing those designs, we are underwriting them, because that's the important thing. Financing and construction financing is the key here. And in as much as we are all in this together, my ability to get a bank loan to finance construction is the end-all be-all for all of us. I mean, it's just the reality. So that is a big factor here, as Bonnie has said. We've made a lot of these changes based on trying to be market responsive. And what do I mean by that? You have to be market responsive to what that end user wants, but you also have to be market responsive to the changes in construction cost, which have been extreme. To answer a bit of Commissioner McCrae's question, since we started this project, and I've actually been on this project for 4 years, more than 4 years, before we won the RFP. And our costs in that time, since we first conceived these buildings, on most things have gone up 30%. We all know that there is a tariff and a trade war raging, and it is just driving construction costs out of control, to the point where, a lot of these changes we've made have been made by construction cost. And those costs in material are not just in material, they're also in labor, because as those costs go up, jobs go away. Since the beginning of this year in the United States, where we're having a great unemployment number reduced all the time, we've lost 60,000 construction jobs, and those jobs aren't coming back. And we're still suffering from the construction jobs that were lost in the recession. They never came back. So we have a labor shortage that is affecting construction costs even worse than the tariffs and the trade war. So, I'm very concerned about financing. In terms of what we can do here, it's a symphony. You have to balance that underwriting, you have to balance that design, you have to balance that aesthetic, you have to balance that tax base. And we're very aware of that, and we're doing all that at the same time. So the simple answer is, yes, we've designed these buildings a number of different ways, and we certainly can take a look at moving things around.
Thank you. Does anybody else on the commission have any comments? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just that in meeting with Mr. Markey and Ms. Miskell, when they explained, and I think Mr. Markey just reiterated the necessity for some of these changes, I was content with their explanation. My position, as long as I've been up here, is that I'm not in favor of age-restricted housing, because as the mayor pointed out, that we have a glut of 55 and older communities. But given the fact that the cost equation has changed on this project, given the fact that it's not age-restricted community in the traditional sense, it's luxury age-restricted, so it necessitates people have disposable incomes and are going to be spending money into downtown. I'm not opposed to any of the requests tonight. I'm not in favor of pumping the brakes and kind of going back to the drawing board on a lot of this. With regards to the amount of 55 and older units that are proposed here, I wouldn't want to see it go any higher, because again, I'm not in support of age-restricted housing, but it is a limited quantity at this point. I wouldn't want to see that increase. It's my understanding, and you could answer this, that some of the units, while not workforce housing, are within the definition and the range of affordable housing based on their rent levels. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. I've written and lectured a lot about attainable housing and affordable housing. I think most of you know that. Some of you have even read some of the things that I've written, even though they're quite tedious. I know Commissioner Romulus has specifically read some of the things that I've written. She's the other one. But, I am of a mind that we need to do that, but we need to do that in a market-based economy and in a market-responsive way. We originally designed the other buildings that are not age-restricted to be 20% and higher affordable without deed restricting them.
Okay, so with that being said, personally, I'm not in favor of trying to mandate or incentivize workforce housing within the unit. We're creating a substantial quantity of workforce housing within walking distance a couple streets to the north. So while it's important, in my opinion, that people who work in the service industry or work in these buildings, while they might not be able to afford to live in them, we have housing opportunities within walking distance, really close proximity. I want to make sure that whatever balance we're striking into downtown feeds the downtown. I don't want to just build something to check off a number of wishes, you know, citywide or what we'd like to see. It's this, we get one shot at this. Nothing's going to change for 50 years after that once these buildings are up. So I just, like I said, I'm comfortable with what's presented to us. I'd personally like to move forward on it. There's certainly time before these buildings come online where if there was any glaring deficiency or problem that this commission disagreed with, that we could bring that to you and work on that. But I'm not at a point for any more dramatic changes. Some of the changes being proposed here might be considered dramatic enough with the height changes, the density changes, the age changes. I don't want to reinvent this project any further. I think you're making accommodations or changes based on, as you said, the market and the necessity and the economics of the project, and I'd just like to move forward with what we've got here, personally.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
What I'd simply like to add to this is I believe some of these changes actually take into consideration what I've heard from members of the public who have been watching what we've been doing in terms of the development of this town square. Individuals who have been concerned that we're adding too much density. If this project proves nothing else, we've now decreased density by almost 200 or over 200 units. My math may be a little off, but we're also, again, taking into consideration the green space, adding living walls and being creative and innovative with some of that. And now to add a feature that encourages individuals of a certain age persuasion to move into our downtown, but that doesn't necessarily place any caps on them in terms of enjoying their years and living their best life, if you want to put it in a millennial term. There's a lot of benefits to the changes that I feel that you've made that, again, still take into consideration some of the concerns that have been addressed or that have been expressed by members of the public. I don't see really too many drawbacks to some of these changes. In addition, we do talk about affordable housing. There is a time and there is a place. And the fact that the units within this project still cater to individuals who fall within that category, who fall within that price bracket, says as much to the thought and the planning that has gone into this project to make it get to this point. The last comment in terms of the hotel, sitting on the Tourist Development Council, I know that I've put you in contact with individuals within that community to help make those partnerships, and that's shown where we now have proven that we can actually increase the capacity of the hotel, and it will be a vital and viable resource within this city and within this downtown product that we are creating. So all that being said, I am in favor of these changes, and I do not believe that we need to take time and go back to the drawing board, and I want this project to keep moving in the timeline that we've set, because I think this is what we've asked for and we've been seeking for the past few decades to create this downtown, and it's time we get that ball rolling and we keep that ball rolling. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. I'm in favor of these changes. I'm in favor of moving forward. One exception, I will not be moving downtown, okay? Great.
Well, I am over 55 in your age group, Commissioner, and I may move here. And Commissioner Romulus, I promise I won't run for your seat if I move to Boynton.
Don't worry, I'm termed out. Doesn't matter.
Commissioner Prince-Serga, do you have any comments or questions?
Only to say that I'm ready to move forward.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
May I have a motion on item E, approve major master plan modification?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 8F, approve major site plan modification. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Item 8G, approve height exception for Town Square Phase 3.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Item 8H, approve community design appeal for Town Square Phase 3.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Item 8I,
So
approve.
move.
8H, approve, no,
Yeah, H.
H, approve community design appeal for Town Square Phase 3.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
8I, approve major site plan modification for Town Square Phase 3.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you, staff.
All right. Moving on to item 9A, or do we want to take a 2-minute standing break?
I'll just stand.
Yeah. Break's over. Want to go home before 11.
We're almost done.
Yes.
Want me to get started?
Presentation by Dr. Joseph St. Germain, President of Downs and St. Germain Research, Inc., on the public opinion survey results.
Yes, well, as the Commission may recall, and Commissioner Prince-Serga, you weren't here just yet, but part of our discussions in our strategic planning process last year was to consider funding and moving forward with getting a public opinion survey. And we did let out a contract for 6 years to survey our residents for 1 year. Next year, we'll be doing focus groups, following year survey, following year focus, and repeating for next 6 years, which will provide us some really good feedback, both obviously through surveys, but in person, to help us move forward with our strategic planning and where we want to head into the future. So this is our first step in the multi-year contract, and I'll let Eleanor take it from there to introduce our surveyor.
Thank you, Commissioners and Lori. I want to introduce tonight to you Dr. St. Germain, who was awarded in October to execute resident and business surveys for the city of Boynton Beach, public opinion surveys. So I'm going to turn it over to the doctor to go ahead and go through PowerPoints. I'll try to keep them very fast for you, he promises. And any questions, then we can take at the end.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the mayor, commission, and staff. Again, my name is Joseph St. Germain, president of Downs and St. Germain Research. I'm going to give a very broad overview of both of these because we're going to have a resident survey and a business owner survey. So I'm going to give a very broad overview. Feel free to stop me at any time. What I'm presenting today, there's a lot more detail and depth to what's being posted on the website, not only with these slides, but also some district results. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Before I dive into the results, I want to touch base on the methodology for the resident opinion survey. For this survey, we completed 559 surveys with residents. They completed surveys via postcard, telephone, and in the internet, and the results have been weighted to make sure they are representative of the population. And what that means is we took age, race, gender, and made sure the percentages of our survey match those of the U.S. Census. The reason why you do that is to make sure our results represent Boynton Beach as a whole. So now I'm going to go back to the actual results. So overall ratings, we're looking at about 3 and 4 rated the quality of life as excellent, very good, or good. And the services received in return for the tax dollars, about 3 and 5 rated excellent, very good, or good. As we go throughout this report, again, this is the broad overview. This generally is a good news story. We do a lot of these different resident opinion surveys, and we have access to other resident opinion surveys, so we're able to look at normative data. Overall, Boynton Beach is largely, with these indicators and a lot of the other ones, in the 60 to 80th percentile, so above average. At the same time, I said a lot of them are within the 60th to 80th percentile, so there is room for improvement. When we looked at communication for the city, it was about 7 and 10 rated as excellent, very good, or good. Why do people live here? They're close to friends, they're near the ocean, they like the weather. Also close to work and school. When we asked secondary options, those 3 options were there as well. What are they concerned about? It's crime. Crime's number 1. It's significantly greater than everything else. But here's some of the other resident concerns that they have. We also asked on a variety of city services.
Whoa, flip back.
What's that?
I flip back.
We were looking at the top.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, she said.
The next slide.
So these are all ratings on a 5-point scale. I get it.
Came back for the police chief.
Fair enough. Fire department came in as the top-ranked city service, and then as you work all your way down to the bottom at city planning, transportation, and public art. Now, on the next slide, we asked these on how satisfied they are with city services, but we also asked them how important they are. And on this next slide, we show what we call a gap analysis. What this does, it'll help you prioritize where you can move the needle in resident satisfaction. I'll take at the top. At the top, you actually have a positive gap on public art. The satisfaction score isn't that great, but you're exceeding the importance because it's also not a very important thing in terms of residents. If you look at the bottom of where there's a greater gap between satisfaction and importance, these are the areas, if you move the needle, it's going to create greater increases in resident satisfaction. So if you're looking at city planning, economic development, public works, these are the areas where you can make the greatest difference when you compare the satisfaction and importance. And again, just feel free to stop me.
That was in regards to departments?
What's that?
Or this is in regards to departments?
Yes, we have the first. Well, yeah, it's the service itself. So you have public art, library services, community events. So the satisfaction scores is the first column. The importance scores is the second column, and the third column is basically satisfaction minus importance.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, like, for example, that last line of city planning, it is, their concern is the way that the layout of the city is, or the future layout, or what? I don't understand what that city planning line means.
Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons we're going to do focus groups, so we're going to that'll help us understand why. This has just told us what. We have on a 5-point scale, city planning is currently rated a 3.1. The importance they rate at a 4.3. And that's why the importance, why you do a survey and a focus group in general. This is telling you what. Focus groups tend to tell you why. Some related to crime, we also looked at safety. About 5 and 6 feel safe in their neighborhood during the day. 7 and 10 feel safe in the neighborhood at night. And a little over half feel safe in the business and commercial areas in Boynton Beach. We asked about the CRA. About half of your residents have heard of it, and about 1 in 3 actually know what it does. We also asked where they want to get their information. They prefer to get information from the city by a significant margin by emails or newsletters. But then we asked them where you actually get your news. TV is number 1 by a significant margin, followed by social media. We asked about parking. Not many people think there's too much. About half of your residents thinks there's the right amount, and about 1 in 3 thinks there should be more parking. We followed up then with where do you think where do you need more parking? Downtown in the parks and beaches, we're at the top there. I already touched on the methodology. Before I go into the business, I want to give you a chance to ask any other questions you have for the resident survey. Yes?
So I understand the reason why we want to do the methodology is because of the overview, the demographics of the city, so that everyone is well represented. Are we able just to do it so everybody who wants to make a comment, that we get the comments? So instead of just having it well represented, we get people who want to talk, have that ability to talk and make the survey. Because I received a couple people saying, hey, do you know we got new apps? It's like for people to communicate with the commission better. And I'm like, no, if people want to complain, they know how to do that. And so that's kind of where, you know, that we get more than the 560 out of the 77,000 to have that ability to answer a survey, even though we know it's not weighted.
Right.
It's just we have that numbers, I guess.
You can do that. The one advantage of doing it this way, so that's representative, is it's frankly representative of the entire population. That way there isn't any, we call it ballot stuffing, of certain groups of individuals are trying to say this initiative is important. This gives a better indicator of what the citywide is. However, there is, going forward, there is ways to do that to kind of parse those out. If we had like an internet version that would go on the city website or something like that, where it allows anyone at any time to jump in, we would want to keep those somewhat separated just to make sure the overall results are representative.
Yes. Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. Lori, this is probably for you all, and because we're talking about methodology and we're talking about, you know, surveys and getting feedback and stuff. What about Wi-Fi here in this city? I'm just saying, when Vivian Brooks was here, we was talking about free Wi-Fi on MLK corridor. Okay, we're going to be doing Sarah Sims Park. What about free Wi-Fi for that? Think about it. East Hester Park, think about it. Town Square Project, free Wi-Fi. You don't have to write them down. There you go.
Thank you.
Go. Thank you.
Any other questions on the resident survey?
Nothing from the board.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Romulus Pinsurga.
can you go back to the slide that shows the way that they would like to receive information?
I hope so.
Okay. I think it was that.
Yes.
This. So this goes to a pet project of mine that I've been trying to get us to jump on board with, which is the fact that even though the residents are saying that they want notification through email and newsletters, which we've done well, we just released our inaugural newsletter. If you look at the other side where their preferred local sources are through TV and social media, I've been saying for a very long time that I think it's time we take our commission meetings live, whether it's through Facebook Live or some other entity where people don't just have to jump on Facebook, jump on YouTube the next day to watch a commission meeting. They should be able to watch and keep an eye on what's happening, whether or not they're able to attend. So I feel like that lends credibility to my request and my, again, pet project here, which is the fact that people want to see live and in action what's happening in the city. That's all I had to say.
Yes.
So in the new City Hall, the technology is being put in to do all of those kind of things at City Commission meetings. We can't do it in this room. Part of the problem is it's because we're in temporary quarters right now. But in the new City Hall, we're designing a full AV system in the commission chambers if you choose to do that. You may choose not to do it, but if you choose to do it, the technology will be available.
Will this be coming back before us? I'm just kidding.
All right. Yes.
I understand that the respondents' personal information are confidential, but is there a way to display the data such that, let's use crime for example, that we can overlay that geographically? So for example, if they responded that crime was their highest concern, you don't have to tell us their information or where they live, but are you able to generally put that on a map and show some sort of like a heat map? So people in this area of the city are concerned more so about garbage, and this part of the city, they're more so concerned about whatever it may be.
Yes.
So we can target our
Yes.
responses. This was similar to the question was asked previously. But
Yes, you can. I mean, the district results will kind of show that in a numerical fashion. But yes, that is something that we could do. We can kind of create some sort of heat maps of like that. Admittedly, there's some things that when you do a lot of heat maps, some of them might not give you a whole lot, but others might give you some insight.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on to business? All right. Again, this will be a broad overview. As it's getting pulled up, I'll just say overall the results once again are positive. And I do actually want to give a tip to that to the mayor, the commission, the staff, etc. Not all cities and counties, when they do a survey like this, they'll talk to their residents and not talk to their business owners. And it really is not a separate population, but it is a important subset. So I just want to give some kudos actually reaching out and talking to your business owners. So with this, we talked to 360 business owners within the city of Boynton Beach. Once again, randomly selected amongst all of our all possible businesses, and they're done by email, postcard, and telephone. When asked why they operate their business in Boynton Beach, they already lived here, they found a great location, and then 3 and 4 both are related to customers. They're close to their customers, and the customers are good. Once again, we looked at some of the overall ratings. Businesses in general gave Boynton Beach strong ratings. 8 and 10. Think the city's a great place to have a business, and then about 3 and 4 rate their return on tax dollars is excellent, very good, or good, and also think the city is committed to retaining businesses. Yes.
Back 2 slides,
Yep.
please.
Once again, previously we had residents rate city services. We also had businesses rate city services. Fire came in number 1 again. But also police.
With police a close second.
Police was very strong. And going down. We did another gap analysis. This is the same thing. It's satisfaction, its importance, and the gap. Library and public art are areas where you're exceeding where business owners need you to be in terms of importance. And once again, I focus on I'm not trying to focus on the negative. I'm just focusing on where places you can improve the most. Business owners, if they're most satisfied with permitting, city planning, economic development, public works, a lot of this echoes what the residents are telling you. When we asked about specific codes or regulations, this is about as no strong opinion as you can get. A little less than 1 in 3 business owners think there are codes and regulations that are adverse to businesses. A little bit more than 1 in 3 say there aren't codes that are adverse to businesses, and exactly 1 in 3 aren't sure. So you have some owners who have some issues with some of the codes and regulations, and when we asked which ones, permitting, signage, building were the ones most likely to come up. What are the top difficulties? Finding employees. That's not just in Boynton Beach, that's in a lot of different areas. But also permitting, rent, parking, and restricted big business regulations have came up as the top difficulties for your businesses. We asked them if they're aware of certain programs. About 3 and 4 are aware of your business owners are aware of the CRA. The other programs, not so much. Much lower than the CRA. Parking, overall, businesses are fairly satisfied with parking. About 3 and 4 say there's adequate customer parking and adequate employee parking. When asked what city initiatives you think would help you as a business, city beautification, landscaping was at the top. Boynton Beach Mall, which you talked about a little bit ago, came in 3rd with permitting, networking, tourism, and street lighting. Yes?
Ask you to go back a slide again.
Yep.
Here, this is where I'd like to see a heat map type thing shown of where the
Okay.
inadequate parking spaces are and Or is there like a concentration of people in certain areas that are saying, we have lack of parking here?
Gotcha. Yeah, from what I recall, there was not a follow-up to this one, but we could still break it down by district, which generally they're going to be talking about their district within those. I want to make sure I touch that. Resolving issues, about 2 and 5 year businesses tried to contact the city for some issue, and about 3 out of those who contacted the city, 3 and 5 were happy with how it was handled. 1 and 3 thought it could have been handled more quickly. When asked, hey, is there anything the city can do to help? Number 1 and number 2 came out significantly above everything else. They want a chance to work with the city, and 2, any help they can do with marketing, branding, advertising. Again, this was with 360 business owners, done by postcards, phone, internet, randomly selected from within the city. So that again, I know it's a quick, broad overview, but I want to give another chance for questions.
Regarding the business owners that were surveyed, how many surveys were sent out?
I would need to double check on that. The response rate was well within the norms that we normally like, but to get you the exact number, I'd have to.
Percentage basis, what was the return?
Again, I'd have to double check. I mean, if we live in a world where it used to be you get a 20% response rate, and that's a whole different world. I believe it was right around 10, which is we're actually pretty happy with these days, especially when it comes to telephone. Business owners are a little bit better, but so many people just don't answer their phone anymore. So, but we were generally, again, I'd have to check the number, but we were generally pleased.
In both data sets, were there anything that stood out unusual to you?
Not unusual. Every city and county that we work with is different. I think there was the fact that some themes that were echoed by the residents and business owners stuck out to me. Things like permitting, economic development, being the places where you can make the city planning, be the places where you can make the most difference, being the same amongst business owners and residents. I guess that was one. But there was a lot of times the residents and business owners don't really agree. There was a little bit more agreement in this one than we normally see.
Thank you. Out of your total survey, okay, I'm going back to the first one. Out of the 559, how many came from District 2? Because District 2 seems like they're more unsatisfied. They're not happy. They won't recommend Boynton. You know, I represent District 2, and I'm trying to pinpoint why are they saying they won't recommend this, city of Boynton, and why they're so dissatisfied, why they're not happy with the police, why they're not happy with the fire department. And I need to kind of know this so I can start kind of like helping get a handle on, where we can start finding a medium, out of the 559, how many really came from District 2? Was it 559 that reported from District 2, whichever ones, was they disgruntled? Or that's the part I need to know.
Now, so I was looking up the number because I got an email about that yet. We had 15% of our responses were from District 2. Now, please note, with...
Wait a minute, 50% out of
15.
15.
15% were from District 2.
1-5.
And now I do want to note, with both the resident and business survey, we have some percentage who gave us they weren't sure answer. With the ones who did online, they could see a map. It's fairly easy to understand where you're sitting there. With the telephone surveys, you have to describe the districts. So we have some of those don't knows could have been from District 2 as well. They just weren't that confident to know that they were in District 2. So it could be a higher percentage than the 15%.
My concern is that we need to kind of like, for city staff and for the elected officials, we kind of need to start pinpointing what are we missing as the mark? Why are we losing people in District 2 saying they're disenchanted, so that we know how to reach those that are saying they're disenchanted by, what can we do?
And this could be another great place where the focus groups can step in. If District 2 is a district where we have more disgruntled residents or business owners, we could do it there, and that can help tell us why. This tells us that they are, or the results are where they are, but the focus groups can really help understand the why. Why do they feel this way?
Okay, now your telephone calls, were they the residential individuals, or they have cell phones, or I'm trying to... what you call, the
Yes.
telephone calls?
Yes, they're randomly selected, and they are landlines and cell phones. So it was both. Now granted, it's a harder world to actually get people to answer their cell phone these days, but they were done on landlines and cell phones.
I'll talk with city staff about your report.
So we're not asking for addresses?
No.
No, when we order samples, we usually get addresses, not all of them, and that's why we ask them to put them within, to self-select which district they are in.
Because the typical lay person in Boynton Beach doesn't know the district that they live in. So is there a better, more adequate way to find out their location or their jurisdiction within the city?
Well, again, with the online version, they are shown a map.
Okay.
So they're shown a map, and each district is shown. And the majority of surveys were done via the internet or postcard, where they went online. So it was largely the smaller amount of phone interviews.
So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily fix the problem, but perhaps the phone surveys can ask a question, a leading question that helps to designate the districts, like in terms of, are you east of 95, south of Boynton Beach Boulevard? Therefore, that would tell us that you're in District 3.
Well, no, that is described when they're on the telephone.
Okay.
Yes, sorry if I didn't articulate that very well. That is described when we ask the question via telephone. It's not just there was a map. I'd have to go look at the wording, but yeah, it was described in the telephone survey.
What was this, was it in the daytime, in the afternoons, or did it vary? Because, District 1, that's where the retired folks at, and I'm making sure that, y'all probably called them, around noontime when they was having lunch and they felt good, it was full, and said, this is why, I'm going to give y'all a good rating.
No, that's a good question. They were done at nights and at weekends. You tend to call, when you're doing telephone calls, you call nights and weekends because that's when more people are available. The other benefit of doing postcard and internet is they're doing it at their own leisure. So as long as it gets in front of them, the timing is up to them.
District 2, we don't like telephones, we like cell phones, okay? Just to bear that in mind.
Eleanor asked me to mention that with both surveys, they were in English, Spanish, and Creole. Any other questions?
Telephone surveys too?
Yes. Now, again, there weren't as many done via telephone, but yeah, those were options. We have we're located in Tallahassee. The one nice thing about being with FSU is there are Spanish and Creole speakers available in the area.
One of the concerns I have regarding the focus group for next time is that if you could give us a call ahead of time of what you're planning on researching, so if we have any specific items that we can make that request.
Yeah, and that is much like this. Before any focus groups go forward, we'd meet with staff again and kind of making sure we're
No, the commission.
Okay. So yeah,
like you just send us an email to try to get a phone call conversation so that we know what's going on a little bit too.
Yeah, for us, we're willing to do whatever we need to do. We just want to make sure we want to make sure we're studying what you want to study. So we're happy to work with staff, commission, whoever it needs to be to make sure everything's we're doing what we want to do.
Appreciate that.
Conversation, Mayor, to have when we do our strategic planning workshop.
Okay.
Is to hear your concerns, and then we take that, because then once Joseph goes to do the focus groups, we're completely out of that process in terms of how he picks people, how that's done, so it's not in any form or fashion tainted. It's statistically sound.
Yeah, and I want to be.
We'll talk about that during strategic planning.
No, it's not necessarily strategic planning. I want to know what they're looking at the focus group so that we can, if there's something specific that we want to ask in the focus group to go further, because, we don't necessarily know what the doctor's going to do for what he's asking for the focus group. We just want to have ahead of time what they're doing for the survey, is what I'm requesting.
You want input on the questions or topics?
Correct.
Yeah, that's why I think during our strategic plan might be a good time to talk about it.
Just, I could be wrong, but I recall when we set this up that we kind of explicitly said that individual commission members wouldn't be able to kind of put their hand in it, because then if I wanted to, I could demand questions that I'm interested in pursuing and get public input. So I could be wrong, but I remember when we kind of commissioned all this, that we were pretty clear that no individual from the commission would be able to influence the surveys and the questions individually or directly, as not to potentially engineer, a direction.
That's why I think strategic planning, when we talk about it as a whole, if there's areas of concern or topics that as a consensus or as a group you might want us to research a little more, that's kind of where I was thinking versus individual conversations. Yeah, we did have that discussion.
And to your question, it's always good to get input on what we're gonna discuss, and then how we randomly select and how we get people involved, and especially with who's monitoring the focus groups, which would probably be me or my business partner, and taking the commission and the staff, frankly, out of that process. That's how you can get the questions the responses that you want, the real responses. But it is always good to get input from everybody to make sure we're you're getting the information that you need, and then we'll kind of take care of the actual administration of the survey or focus group to make sure it isn't tainted in any way. But that's a very good point.
One question you forgot to ask, how's the city commission doing?
And we're about the commission, we're about the mayor.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, didn't the last election show
that's
that?
where,
That's our survey.
something that you have to ask as well.
No, that's one of the nice things about having this as a benchmark, and this is part of a 6-year study. If there's something that you're like, hey, we should have asked this, or we're coming back in a couple of years, we'll want to ask some of the questions exactly the same so we can see how they moved over time, but that's something that we can ask in the focus groups if you want, or in further iterations of this survey to make sure you're getting the feedback that you want.
Right. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Penserga.
How many focus group studies are you intending to do? Would it be one for the whole city, one for each district? How would that work out?
That will depend. Anytime we do focus, I mean, don't get me wrong, focus groups are not a cheap endeavor. I believe they're around $5,000 per group. So that will depend on cost and what we're trying to cover. So I'll say it depends for now.
Okay.
We're looking at doing some focus groups within the residents and some business.
Okay.
Having economic development budget, some in the business survey, and then having some done in the resident survey. So the cost is split up between departments.
So the residents, I assume, would be taken from throughout the city?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you gave us the what today. I'm looking forward to the how and the why. For me, I think this brought up more and more questions than it brought up solutions, so I'd like to hear those responses soon. So thank you.
I think the ones on District 2, you kind of screwed them the wrong way, though, but don't worry about it.
Skewed?
Is there an R in there? Or?
Look, it's after 11.
Go ahead.
It's a Southern.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time,
you.
and we look forward to being in front of you at some point in the future after the focus group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For some of us.
After 11.
All right. As for item B, my request, I want to know if we can have it on the May 21st meeting just as new business item, or at the beginning of the meeting, and to advertise it as such. 9B, is that okay with the commission?
I'm in favor.
What are you asking?
The public input meeting for the budget, where we normally, for the past 2 years, we've had it on the 5th May of Tuesday, but there's no 5th Monday. So that way, we'll plan for an hour, because looking on the future agenda, most of the stuff's happening on May 7th.
agenda item under new business, did you say, Mayor?
No, we'll probably want to put it at the beginning of the meeting, so
Look
it
under
might be before, as part of public comments, to have that ability, and we'll give people the ability to speak more than 3 minutes, if need be.
I think the clarification I was looking for is you're saying that you want this to be within the commission meeting, starting after
Correct.
6:30?
7.
May
May
21st.
21.
Are you not expecting to have a lot of people, which would bring us to another 11 o'clock or later meeting?
I don't
The
know.
last workshop had like 5 people, and like
Yeah.
2 or 3 were businesses soliciting line item contributions from the budget.
So,
Okay. All right, well, if that's the consensus, okay.
all right. Item 11A, authorize Commissioner Pensurga to travel to the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials to be held in Tampa, Florida, October 4th to the 6th.
Motion to approve for discussion.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Pensurga. You know, I just want to tell you, thank you for going, because this is where you will learn. I'm just saying, you know, I had all the sessions. You're not going to be as good as I am, but go. Okay.
Screwed.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Discussion regarding prohibition of truck and other commercial use vehicles parking in residential neighborhoods. Jim?
Thank you, Mayor. In your backup is a draft ordinance to modify truck regulation provisions of the city code. What we're looking for tonight is just your authority to move this forward for first reading, but I do want to point out, if you would not mind turning to page 2 of the draft ordinance. It's on line 73. It's the penalties for violation. Having discussed this with staff further, it seems it would be more appropriate to have a first violation fine of $100 rather than $50 as a deterrent, because apparently you might be better off paying a $50 fine than renting or leasing space for a truck that should not be in a residential neighborhood and should be in some type of storage yard. So it may be necessary to increase that first violation to $100. But as I
I'm in
said,
favor of that.
So you're saying if someone rents a budget truck and leaves it over at their house, then they would have the ability to get fined?
yes. And these were not just rentals. This is the, ownership, people that are in the business of, using commercial vehicles for transport or for business. Built in some exceptions into the body of the draft ordinance. For example, it could be parked if the truck owner is the same as the property owner, and it's parked within the driveway and doesn't extend into the sidewalk or the right-of-way. So there's a lot of different variables in this particular draft ordinance, and it may be best just to allow it to move forward for first reading and then work out the details of it.
Ray, then Pensurga?
Thank you. We're probably going to have to work out the details, but the main thing that, really this was brought to my attention for District 2 because of the 18-wheelers, and I'm just saying, and they're parking illegal. They all on city property. They was in the CRA property the other day. They dropped the trailer and went off. We had to have the trailer towed, and these are the problems that we're having, the 18-wheelers. Now we got one who just leaves his cab over in the Family Dollar, and I'm just saying this is a problem like within in our community. People are calling me saying, why are they in here now? And truckers, they are given a stipend that said that, you can go and rent a place to leave your truck overnight, but they pocket the money instead of doing that. So we do need to have something got some teeth in it. That's my opinion.
This was drafted to be broader than that, because there's all kinds of trucks, and I think the commission would find that in all districts, you have constituents that are annoyed when they see commercial-style trucks parked in their neighborhood because they think it detracts from the value of their property, and it's an eyesore and a blight to the neighborhood. So really the only way for you to find out about that is when we draft an ordinance and it goes forward for first reading, the truck owners are going to show up and give you their point of view on it.
Well, they can come, we can hear from them, and they can hear from us.
The other thing I would suggest that's not in there yet would be that if you do choose to adopt it, before it's enforceable, that enforcement would be delayed until there's some type of notice to the public so that there's an opportunity to alter behavior before you start altering it by penalty. So just looking for your direction on how to move it forward or maybe not to move it forward.
For clarification, would this apply to HOAs who may or may not already have? Exactly.
Apply to all single-family zone districts, private and public.
Something to think about. It's hard to, and that's why we've struggled with this, to pull out just the semis, because that's the issue. I think in our community, to try to say you can't have any commercial vehicle in your driveway, you have a lot of folks that say they're an irrigation repair company and they've got the pipe and, that's their work truck and they come home. If that's considered a commercial vehicle, we would be running half of our city.
Right.
So that's not going to fly, and I don't think that's the intent here. But it's very difficult to hone in, and we've looked at axles, gross vehicle weight, how to pinpoint the semi issue without prohibiting commercial vehicles altogether. Because again, that's just not practical for us. So we got to keep thinking on how we
Kind of keep
we're going to
thinking,
do it.
it's semis that I'm concerned with.
The fact is that if it can fit on a driveway, that it's part of the exception, and that way that, if they can fit a semi on their driveway,
the cabs they can easily.
that will still be allowed but it's not on the driveway where it's not on the grass, it's not on the road, it's not but this doesn't apply for a semi in Family Dollar.
And that's actually commercial property, and he's probably paying them to stay there, and as any changes would still allow that, because it's commercial. It's not single family.
But would that, let's say there's parallel parking, on MLK. Would that prohibit someone from doing MLK parallel parking on it?
Depending on where
that's a commercial. Some of that's commercial, but that would be controlled on public right-of-way. Some of that's controlled by parking regulation signs that we put up. So if you direct staff to say, we don't want overnight parking along this road, we would put up no overnight parking signs, and then they wouldn't be able to. If there's places where you do want it, then we wouldn't put those signs up. So if it's a commercial street, it wouldn't be residential.
Right.
So it would be allowed unless we sign it that it wouldn't be allowed. And those can be site-specific, because there are places where it's okay to do, and there are places where it's not in a commercial, because it's a mixed neighborhood. So we would make that decision based on y'all's policy direction to us using parking regulation signs.
Now, we did just put no truck parking signs and restricted parking signs on MLK, and they were all stolen and removed. So now we have to concrete the poles in, but the signs were unbolted and removed, because there's a need, to some degree, people have a need to park there. Not necessarily a semi, but even regular parking.
Okay.
But whoever stole them, the semis are not on there now, so I'm just saying,
No, we're replacing them.
Yeah.
Okay. Public comments?
Yeah, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. Commissioner McCray, you're not the only one with this problem. We have a semi-truck in my neighborhood, and I like the way I read through this whole thing, because we have specifically a tow truck, and we have specifically a semi within a couple of houses of me. And the semi does fit on the driveway, but they leave their truck running for hours on end, and there's little kids in the houses next door, so then these kids are being kept up all night by the music and the truck running. And I asked the guy, and he said something about it having to reboot the truck or something, so he just leaves it running for hours on end. So I noticed this did not mention the noise factor and leaving a truck on, and I didn't know, I guess I didn't look at it close enough to see that it could fit on their driveway. But I'm wondering why the heck you're allowing a semi in a single-family neighborhood, and B, if you're going to allow it because it fits on their driveway, then maybe we can put something in about the noise and leaving the trucks on, because this guy has a newer truck, and I guess the computer parts of it need to be going a certain amount of hours a day. So I don't know, that's what he told me. My other question is, I have a neighbor with a tow truck. So he has you know, his regular vehicles, but then he also has a tow truck in his yard. And I thought I read in this that vehicles that are not meant for passenger use, which would be a tow truck is not meant for passenger use, would that be restricted? And if not, can we specifically add tow trucks? Because I'm sure my neighbor's not the only person who's running a side job with tow trucks to make some spare cash. So I just wanted to address those two issues and thought you should think about them. Thank you for your time.
I have to say that in all the staff discussion we've had, we've never considered the issue of the running vehicle for any reason. I mean,
Right.
some of them
So,
may be
Yeah,
refrigeration.
we would need to look at that.
That's a good point.
There is a noise ordinance, but it may not exceed that, but we
Yeah.
need to look at the, you know, at that. And we, some of these exceptions, we're looking for your direction on how far to take some exceptions. So it may be that certain commercial vehicles, if they fit on the driveway, but others based on, you would think this would be an easy ordinance to write.
So,
It's not
How
that
do we,
easy.
how do we define them?
You know, like the Mack truck, how many axles does that
So
have?
that's where we started. We started with three. If it was more than two axles, then it would be prohibited altogether, which I think still works, except there are semi-truck cabs that only have two axles. Right now, we haven't found any in the city, but they do. They are. It is a class of vehicle. So it's one of those things. Is if you do it by axle.
Well, that's the thing, is that, you know, there's always going to be some sort of loophole. It's a law. So let's start trying to get the low-hanging fruit where you have the three axles, regardless of whether it's parked in a single-family driveway or not.
So that would be our recommendation on C on that exemption is commercial vehicle. We would say commercial vehicle with no more than two axles. Now, that doesn't take care of a tow truck owned by the property owner that has two axles if it's a tow truck. But it would take care of the semis that are three axles. So that's where and these are the challenges we have. You can see where the definition starts to.
Correct. And that's the thing, is that the tow truck has to be on the driveway.
And it would have to be on the driveway. And also, there's also code restrictions on parking your cars on the grass. So you'd have to put all of your vehicles there. So I think it would help, and I agree. I think Jim and I have talked about it, is we're going to have to move forward and then tweak it as we get comments and as we find problems, keep tweaking it a little bit until we get something. Nobody has a perfect ordinance out there to copy. So I think we have to tweak one for our specific city requirements, and we work on it. We start with something, and then we work on it to make it work for us.
Well, can we start with the semis? That's the problem.
All right, so can we have a first reading at next meeting? All right. And we got a consensus.
Okay.
Thank you. 11C, discuss attendance and authorize expenditure of funds for travel, lodging, registration, and expenses at the 93rd Annual Conference of the Florida League of Cities being held in Orlando, Florida. Motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving to 12A, proposed ordinance number 19-010, amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic. Jim?
Table to motion to remove from the
Motion
table.
to remove from the table, thank you. Do I have a second? All those in favor state
Aye.
aye.
It's almost
Any
12,
opposed?
we going out.
Seeing none, last item. Jim?
Okay, ordinance 19010, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, creating Section 1413 entitled Motorized Scooters, providing for definitions, providing for regulations, providing for penalty, for codification, conflict, severability, and providing an effective date. I know there was a lot in the backup on this particular item, but the two bills that started off in the House and Senate in Tallahassee have now been modified. They're still in committee. There has been some action on them. And the long and the short of it is that the state is essentially going to preempt municipalities, except in a very limited fashion. You're going to have to treat, we're calling them scooters, but they call them micro mobility devices. But the long and the short is that the state's going to regulate it, and we're going to be left to treating them just like you would treat bicycles, essentially. I'm not sure that this ordinance is really ready for prime time. It may be better to shift the focus to us, when I say us, I mean Lori and I understanding what the commission's objectives are here, and then working with the city's lobbyist in the last few weeks of the legislative session as these bills work their way forward for a vote. Outright, which does not look like you're going to be able to do.
What happens if we have an ordinance on place before they preempt us?
That will be of no effect.
Ex post facto regarding the preemption.
Yes.
So the way that the single-family rentals did is that they created that rule just for the Key West and stuff like that. So I would say that we move forward and that it's easier for our lobbyists to add the little amendment so that anything in place is not affected, rather than trying to change the whole rule.
So move forward with doing our best to ban them entirely?
Correct. Because it's either we're going to unban them or we are going to say, hey, you know what? We already had them we already have the ban. Let us keep the ban and not let any new cities ban them.
Give me an example of what you all are calling a motorized scooter.
Skateboard with a little. Well, if you go to work in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, I see them all the time.
You see them all over the sidewalk.
Yeah, they drop them. Yeah, I'm just saying, that's a motorized
exactly
scooter.
what we're talking about.
That's exactly it.
Oh, man, you need to even bring them here. No.
Move forward with banning?
Yeah, let's ban them. I'm just saying because they just have them everywhere. When they run out, they just drop them. I'm just saying, I thought they was free.
So, may I have a motion?
Why don't you offer the motion? It's your baby.
No, that was Commissioner Katz's baby.
Let me see if I can help. If you do a motion to adopt this on first reading, it will be returned to you because I've made the title broad enough to go in any direction you want to go.
Yeah.
It'll come back with significant amendments between first and second reading, and what you'll see is very few words, except the remaining words will say they're not allowed here.
Fine.
If you
just pass it on first reading.
And that's way we can tell our lobbyists that we want to have the preemption only provide in the future, not ex post facto. Does everybody know what that means, the Latin phrase?
My teacher raised referendum money by changing the
He's not even trying to fight this. He's just like,
I'll motion to approve on first readings pending potential tweaks.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, based on the conversation that we had on the last version of this, we did remove the hoverboards and stuff like that. We removed those things because we were trying to ban all that stuff too back when we first brought this out. I just want to make sure. I'll second Commissioner Katz's probably dead motion. Sorry. They'll probably kill it in the legislature, but okay.
All right. So, any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
All right. May I have a consensus for the city manager to speak to our lobbyists regarding the amendment to the Florida legislation to allow for bans currently in effect and to stay in effect?
Yes.
All right. Last is the future agenda items. We talked about the future land use on Seacrest Boulevard,
Future land
social
use.
media notifications, expense account, equitable RFQs, and new one I'd like to add is optional comment cards.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Do I have a second?
Second adjourn, yeah.
All right.
I'm stuck on the